A second or two.
Hey folks, here we are, Tabletop Commanders. Well, actually, it's just me, but I'm getting together here with my friend Vince and some other of my friends here, and we're gonna do a little live play of a Blucher battle, including the Scharnhorst campaign system. We just got done going through the basics of how Scharnhorst works. It's pretty simple. It's going to be made up of 5 turns of map movement, each turn representing a day. We're going to try and see if we can set up a battlefield with this little mini campaign. Me and Vince have our forces, 300-point armies. He's opted to organize his into 4 separate columns. All his units are divided amongst these little red guys, the Russians. And mine is divided up into 3 columns, these little blue guys. Let me get to the right screen here so you can see that. So here's the Russians, 4 columns. It's Vince. The French are over here on the opposite side with 3 columns. My army is divided amongst those 3 columns. I go first. That's what we've chosen to do. I've been out-scouted by the Russians. They had a little bit of luck in that regard. So his cavalry's out there pushing mine around and spotting me, so he's going to wait and see what I do. These little built-up areas on the map, I kind of drew them so it'd be easier to see. They have a little number with them, indicating their victory point value or importance in the map movement. We got a couple towns here, which are worth 2 VP each. We got a lot of little villages, worth 1 each, scattered around the map. And of course, there's lots of interesting terrain, which be represented in a tabletop battlefield. Woods going on, a little bit of hilly terrain, a minor river cutting through the whole area, as you can see there. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. Got some plowed fields up here in the corner. Some peasants having a good time plowing. And yeah, this is somewhere in Eastern Europe, so probably Russia. 1812. And we're going to begin the first day of the campaign, and again, each day is a turn, and the max is 5 days to this little campaign. Hopefully we'll get a battle set up prior to that. I go first. Now, how this works is each counter here, each column, we'll call them columns, has 6 movement points available to it. Each square basically costs 1 movement point to enter if it's along a road. If it crosses a border that has a road, it costs 1. If it doesn't, like in this case here, it costs 2. And of course there's little interesting things to add to that, like leaving an enemy zone of control, scouting, overrunning. They can affect your movement as well, how many movement points it costs to do things. And I won't go into the details of that, but we'll just run through it and see what happens. Now, I'm first, I'm French. Little side note, my army is not led by Napoleon. I do have a few sub-commanders thrown in there for interest, but it's basically me commanding this little army. Whether or not it's good or bad, I don't know, but the Russians are led by Kutuzov himself. So let's see how good I do against Kutuzov, led by my good friend Vince.
Hello, y'all.
There you go, Vince.
I was
All
gonna,
right, go ahead.
I was gonna speak some French, but
No, you don't want to do that. You're the Russians. Throw in some Russian there, Vince. Let's hear it.
здравствуйте, comrades.
Okay, you're getting
Got it
carried
from
away now.
Soviets.
I heard that. It's enough. All right, anyway, I'm first, so I'm going to do this. And I'm going to keep the screen on the actual map of play, which is right here. And you know what? Let's show anyone that watches this later the actual map first. And that's what it looks like, folks. You can probably see my little mouse pointer here, but yeah, you can see, oh, these aren't woods. These are bogs. I just noticed that. A3 and B3, B4, those sections actually have bogs in them. You see that, Vince?
Yep.
Nasty stuff there. Small woods right here. We got the bigger woods here. Single hill, plowed fields. Yeah, and some bigger woods down here toward the south, southwest. And up in the northeast, we got lots of woods as well, big woods. All right, so that's the look of the map. Russians will be coming on here in the east, and I'll be coming along in the west. This sounds about right. Okay, let's get back to the main screen here so people can see our movements. And again, Vince, and for anybody participating in the chat here, you can click on either one of these videos or windows icons to get a close-up of the actual maps we're playing on. Sorry, a little distraction there from Walter DeCazza. All right, Vince, I'm first. 6 movement points. I have my column, 1, 2, and 3.
Three movement points on the first day.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's to stop you going hurtling across the board.
What page is that on? I see.
Bottom of page 144.
On the first day of the campaign, each player must move all of his counters onto the map. You gotta move them all. I can't hide them. Think of the space beyond the edge as a bordering square with unlimited stacking. Thus, any number of columns may enter from the same edge into or through the same squares, as long as the stacking rules are obeyed on the map. And there is no stacking in the map. On the first day, all columns have a movement allowance of only 3 movement points. Normally it's 6. So, okay, I get it. Got that, Vince?
Yep, so basically you only have 3 movement point for the first turn.
Right. Okay, I'm going to start with my first column. I am going to take a quick look at the map. Yeah. All right. I'm going to bring him on an A1 through the plowed fields. This is going to cost me 2 points to go in because there's no road. And I only have 3, so I can't move any further. Wow, that wasn't a very good move. All right. Second column. The place where there's a road is down here. So I'm going to come on from this square, which is E1. There's a road. Cost me 1, 2.
So I guess that town is under your control.
It is. And 3. Again, by a road. Now, how am I going to show that I have that? Put a giant dice on it. And finally, I'm going to move this guy not on a road. He's going to come on C1, 1, 2. So again, I made a little slow movement there. Oh, I'm sorry. We did this wrong. Let me back up here. He moved. Now you move one of your columns. We alternate. I forgot that.
Okay.
Just call out the column number, and I'll move it.
So do I have 3 movement points like you do, or I
3.
have my full 6? Only 3? Okay.
Here's the only road. Right here, that costs 1 to go in. All the others are going to cost you 2.
So the first column is gonna go through the road to the town.
1, 2. You going to stop, or are you going to keep going?
I'm gonna keep going 1 forward to the road.
3. All right, now it's my turn. What I did before. 1, 2. Get that village. 3. So let me show that I control that village. And you control this town. All right, now it's you.
Okay, so the third column is gonna advance to C8 basically.
From where?
It's gonna be from C9. Yeah, gonna advance to the village.
1, 2. Right?
Yep.
All right, so you got 3 victory points there so far. 1, 2. Your turn.
Then the second corps will move to the town
From where, Vince? Where are you coming on to?
from the D9,
From D9.
basically the road
So 1,
up to the town.
2. You have one more. You stopping there?
Well, can we stack units or?
Oh, yeah, you can't.
Yeah, so it's gonna stop there.
And I'm done. So you got your 4th column. 4th column to move.
Uh, he's gonna move from E9 to oh no, wait, he's just gonna move from D9 again to the road.
That.
Yep.
All right. So write down the fact that you have 3 victory points, please. Okay?
All done. So I guess that's the end of day 1.
That's the end of day 1. Not much going on, but the Russians secured 3 victory points, a town and a village. I just managed to grab one of these villages down here. So, okay, here we go again, starting with me. There's no battles to declare. So I'm going to move column 3 forward.
Now, just to be right now, we all have our 6 points of movement now.
Yep, 6 points
Great.
now. I'm going to move this column into this village. So I'm going to grab that victory point right there. It cost me 2 points. 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm up to the river now. Now it's your turn.
I'm gonna move the first corps up to the city. Oh, not the city, excuse me, the village on E5.
E5 down here.
Yeah.
So that's going to cost you 1, 2.
Now I control the point.
You
And
control the
now
point.
I'm gonna use 2 movement points, well 3 in total, to move to E4 and scout the.
Excuse me.
It will cost me in total 4 points because it's 2, 3 because I enter a zone of control, and 4 because I scout.
It'll cost you 3. You only the zone of control thing only counts if you leave the zone of control.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Where are you? Right here, right? So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, and then 5 to do the scouting. Okay?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then scout will be 5. And that column has
Columns it the third one.
this is your first column. This is my second column.
Okay.
So column 2 contains 8 units. there's 8 units in that column. Keep scouting. Okay?
So it's the French turn.
uh,
And just before, just to know one thing, if you enter a square with a road, does it count as 1 or 2? Do you have to start on a road to only cost 1?
if the road crosses the border that you're entering, the crossing, it only costs you 1 to get in the square.
Okay, so if the first column moves into the town, then it costs me 2.
Show me an example.
If the first column moves from E4 to E5, it costs 2 points of movement. That's right.
E4 and E5. E4. If you wanted to move from here to here, it's going to cost you 2. There's no road. You're not crossing the road. It'd cost you 1 to go up here because there's a road. If the road crosses the border that you're crossing, see where that road crosses this border? That would cost you 1 to get in that square. If the road wasn't there, it would cost you 2. Now, once you're here, if you wanted to go from here to here, it would cost you 2 because there's no road here, see?
Yep, it's all good.
All right.
Just before your turn, my first corp is going to move to D4 after scouting the regiment. Okay, so now it's the end of my turn.
All right. Now, wait a minute. You had 5 movement points, right?
Yep.
All right, you have 1 left. This is going to cost you 2 because you're moving out of my zone of control.
All right, yeah.
I can't do it. All right, now back to me. Oh, and by the way, after scouting, you do have the option to do that overrun. So you have to have 8 times 4 as many units.
Yeah,
Just a
that's
reminder. Is somebody's volume up too high? I'm hearing myself. Low. Low. Let me see. I'm not hearing myself now. Thank you. Which one did I move so far? Was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. All right, Vince. All right, I'm going to move this one up here in A1. It's my second column. I have 6. I'm going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. And I don't think I can get in there because there is a river to cross. Let me see.
So yeah, it basically costs you 3 movement points.
Yeah, I can't do it. Not a good move, I don't think. All right, so I'm pretty much done there. Goes back to you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the second column will move up to F4 using the roads. Costing a full 6.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, and 2 other points to F4.
6. I see where this is going. All right. Yeah. I think I'm going to fall back using the road. Cost 1 plus 1 for the leaving your zone. It's 2. Back into this village. It's column 2. And that ends my movement. I probably should have scouted you, but I don't think it matters. So, okay. So I'm done.
The third column will move up to c5 for a total of 6 movement points, granting me an additional victory point. Since I
Okay,
can do it.
last column.
The fourth column, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, will move up to d5.
That it?
Yep. So it's the end of day 2, I think.
Second day has come to a close. Keeping track of the victory points, I have gained nothing additional. This, and I have that, so I have 2.
And I have 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. Where's your fifth one? Oh, this one. 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5.
The Ruskies are getting the advantage for now. But we'll see where it goes.
Starting with me, one thing I want to take a look at here is declaring a battle.
Yeah, because if I can, I'll do it now.
Let me see the timing of this.
You've got him nicely spread out there, Vince. You've got a real nice set of numbers in that box there from C4, C5 down to E4, E5.
Yeah, that's
3 units to
exactly what I'm
1.
thinking. Because the way I see it, Fritz doesn't have the ability to reinforce that turn, so I have a 3-1 advantage.
Yeah. The only, the,
Especially,
only, the only problem is you've got a river to cross from
yeah,
the south. You've got a road straight up there, so you could be in good position here, boy.
and I know the second corp, which isn't in, has 8 units, so I think most of his units are at E2 and not the C4 position. So it might be good for dividing countering now.
All right, during the first thing you do at the start of every day is you go through the declare battle step. And how this works, each player counts his current number of victory points and adds a die roll. The player with the lower total has the first option to declare a battle. If he declines, his opponent has the option. If the two players' totals are tied, roll a tiebreaker to determine which side has the first option to declare a battle. Okay, so it's actually a die roll and adding your VPs to it.
So it's 5 plus d6.
And mine is a D6 plus 2. And I got a 6 total.
I got a 8.
All right, so you have the option of declaring a battle right now.
And I shall from base point to d5. The battlefield will be c4, c5 to e4, e5.
Where is it?
C4, c5, e4, and e5.
C4 and C5.
Yeah. And down, them two, yeah. And then the next two.
Yeah,
Down here, Vince? All right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Qualify because I have a unit. You're adjacent. Well, wait a minute. I'm not adjacent, am I?
No, you haven't. You've been nutmeg, sir.
Uh, In order to declare a battle, the player must have at least one column comprising at least 5 units adjacent to an enemy column. Does 3 have at least 5 units?
No, it's the fourth one and the first one that are at least 5 units.
All right, this one is not adjacent to any enemy. Remember, you don't go diagonal. You're not adjacent to number 3.
Oh yeah, you got me confused from last time. I think one example you did one with a unit in diagonal, so I think I messed myself up.
Sorry.
Um,
So you can't declare the battle there. If this unit had 5 or more units in it, you could declare a battle because he's adjacent to number 3. These two would be adjacent. But he's not, so you can't declare a battle here. All right?
no, yeah. So the third one doesn't have at least 5 units.
Right. So no battle. As far as it goes to me, I have the same option to declare a battle. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1. I'd have to overrun you. I don't know if I could make it, but I would definitely get close. But yeah, you know what? I will declare a battle. I'll declare it right now. This column, number 3, will declare a battle. He's going to be in the center. He's at least 5 units strong, and he is adjacent to your column here of 3. And my battlefield definition in this case will be
All good.
basically what you were doing, except I'm going more north.
Yeah, I'm
Up
basically
to
cutting
there.
off my corpse at the
Right.
south.
So this is going to give us a chance to get everything on the table, but from what direction is the big question.
Yeah.
So everything in here is frozen. These units cannot move this turn. Now, starting with me, I'll do my movement. First thing I want to do is move column 1. 1, 2, 3, because I'm crossing a river as well as crossing a roadless border.
Right.
To gain 2 victory points here. 4. That's your turn.
What is the column number at the total south at F4?
2.
Okay, so column 2 is gonna move at E5. Wait, it's not in battle. That's not in battle zone yet. No, so the first corp is gonna move north to D4. That's it for that unit.
I wonder if you can scout and overrun. I don't know. I don't think it matters. It's all going to be revealed anyway.
Yeah, so that's why I don't bother to scout right now.
All right, this unit. 1, 2, 3. See, I guess I could actually scout you at this point, but it's kind of pointless. I'd be at 4. How many units you got here? I'm scouting.
That's first so that's 4 units.
All right, good. I definitely can't overrun you, so that's the end of that. It's your turn.
So basically I can't move through units, so
No, but you can get close to the battlefield so you can enter as reinforcements. And this is the battlefield, Vince. What do you want?
that unit will move at E5. Yeah, at the city bait.
So 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So I think I can't move any further, so that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, that's it. Goes right to the battlefield. And that battlefield looks like this. That'll be the layout of the table. And we both have reinforcements that will come on. In my case, I've got troops coming up on your column here. Through bogs, rough ground. All right, so what we do now is all this map here will be transferred to a tabletop. And these forces will be deployed on the battlefield according to their current location. So it should be interesting. We've got a built-up village here, which will be fought over. Well, victory points for that can go back and forth as we capture it and recapture it during the battle. It'll be interesting. Yeah. Okay, so let's just tally up our victory points in total so far so we know where we're at. I am at 1, 2, 3, 4. And you are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct?
Yep. So it's basically gonna be the battle for the village.
Exactly.
If you take it, you win.
Give peace a chance.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a rough fight.
So you have victory point advantage. You will win if it goes the distance. Otherwise, if I have to capture this objective, that'll determine the winner of the battle. So yeah, this will be interesting. We're going to be fighting over this little objective, this little town here. And if I go to the other screen, right in here, that little town there that I can't read, what does it say? Chernobyl.
That's Chmielski.
So it's the Battle of Schmelsky. So there you go, folks. That's the Scharnhorst campaign in a nutshell. I think we campaigned for what, 3 days before a battle was fought, or was it 2 days?
Yes, it's up to the third day basically.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. 3 days into it, we're fighting over a little village. Okay. So what I'm going to do at this point, for the video's sake, is I'll just go right into the tabletop, get it set up, and we'll do that together on the video. So you guys can follow along entirely as we do this, how to transfer this to the tabletop. Now keep in mind, Vince, the contents of each column, okay, and remember your core organization as well. If you've got units spread around in columns that are, your cores are all mixed up, it's going to be a little bit of a problem for you.
No, it's all clear, defined, and written. Everything is on my sheet.
Awesomeness. You guys can unmute now and talk amongst yourself and give me your thoughts so far. So I got to set this up.
I'm glad you are actually fighting now.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically my goal was to try to contain him and basically cut him off from the river, so I could control the towns. And my first plan didn't work because I didn't put the right units in the right spot.
Curtis was a bit timid there. He immediately fell back from a column without any indication of whether it was comprised of one unit or if he outnumbered them or anything. He just immediately pulled back.
Yeah, well, he did good. I mean, the first column is my guard corps, so it's comprised of 4 units of guard and a battery of artillery. basically had. Ah, shit, the light bulb just went out. I basically had two columns of 4 units and 2 columns of 5 units. So we couldn't really overrun any units in the game. At least I think. I don't know if Curtis has a unit of at least 1 or 2 units.
Worst comes to worst, just hold on until winter.
We have vodka, they have nothing.
Pretty much.
Call in an airstrike. Nuke them from orbit.
It's the only way to be sure.
It certainly seems to be quite representative of how I would imagine or how I would think that Napoleonic forces would manoeuvre to kind of try to bring the battle in favourable terms.
Yeah, it is when I was maneuvering and all, it was all centered around having the advantage based on the towns and where they were, and based on the rivers and the roads. The focus was really on the towns for me, anyways.
The only thing that would concern me is that there wasn't any mention of, you get to pick whether you go to battle, but does your opponent get to choose whether they avoid the battle or do they have to fight it?
No, I think there is a rule to evade. You can evade once. You can decline once, I think, but after that you have to accept.
Right. Just because again in Napoleonic history, as far as I know, there is examples of forces deliberately evading combat in order to get better terrain or.
Yeah. Well, that's why there's a 5-day limit on this Scharnhorst map, so that you can manoeuvre for a while, but then you have to then you're going to have to accept what you get.
Yeah.
The longer you go on, it's the idea really is to try and get the majority of your force in one place and split his, so that you've got more troops on the board, which Vince was trying to do. That going diagonal rule threw him off.
Yeah, I miscalculated something.
So then with the reinforcements coming in from different terrain area, will that affect them? So the likes of the corps were coming in from boggy terrain off table?
I don't think off table affects it, because the movement off table, just moving, if you're crossing just a border without a road, it's just a straight two movements, and then they're going to be on, and then it depends on what terrain they face when they get on the board.
Right, so that doesn't further delay you?
No, I don't think so, because you've got technically you've got 6 movements off the board, haven't you? So you should even be able to cross a river without any problems if there was a river bordering it.
Good job it's not what you see is what you get, or else Curtis could only field these guys if he had muddy boots on them.
We've met Chris Caves, have you?
Clever way of doing it, so that you can't lay out your forces as you wish. You've got to have them as they come onto the table in your columns, and then you're going to have to sort it out from there.
Yeah. Because it adds a whole other level to it. Bringing a corps in with a lot of cavalry and that sort of thing is great. But if it happens that one of your corps are coming in and it's just the bulk of your infantry and your artillery, the fact that they're having to come on as reinforcements or set up and really impacts on their effectiveness in the battle as well. So it's not just getting men on the field, it's getting the right men at the right time.
Yeah. It's them corps that are coming on as reinforcements that are critical as well, because if that contains most of your artillery or something, then you could be snookered to start with.
Yeah, well, good thing I couldn't do one of my first ideas, which was to put most of my artillery in one column. That could have been a disaster.
Yeah, it could have been.
My cavalry isn't spread enough. I think only 2 columns has cavalry in it, and one has just 1 unit. So hopefully the second column is one of the columns that start in the game, because most of my cavalry is there. So.
Well, having them coming on fresh from a flank may be interesting. Assuming you've got artillery and infantry to hold up for a turn or two till they arrive.
Yeah, and plus I have a column of guard with 3 units of grenadiers and 1 unit of Cossack guards. That's gonna hold them off a while.
Just bear in mind that you really have to defend the town.
Yeah, and the ones defending the town is I think a column which only has infantry and a battery of artillery.
That should be all you need. You just have to keep hold of that town. That's your objective. If you lose the town, you lose the game.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so I do have 3 line infantry and grenadiers holding the town, at least I think, and a battery of mass artillery.
It should be fine then, just no herring off, breaking your positions just to try and capture an eagle as much as you want to. Although if you don't capture an eagle, we'll all be staring at you.
I wouldn't be. I've already got one.
What have you?
Yeah.
Touched by the hand of the Emperor himself.
I'm a successful Russian cavalry commander, but you know.
That's alright then.
At least a good thing is while they assault the town, I have the guard corps that's gonna assault their flanks.
Yeah. I'll play merry hell with them. Oh.
So I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okie dokie. Where are the buildings from, Paul? Scratch buildings?
What? Sorry?
Where are your buildings from?
That one's a railway model.
Right.
Father, I think, and those 2, I can't remember where I got them from. A show, a couple of resin ones.
They're nice.
They're coming out quite nice.
Everybody loves the Tudor look.
I know. But I've got to paint the woodwork though. There's the church.
Oh, that's nice.
I've been using wee bits that we picked up. They were all knocked down in price because I don't think they were getting bought from the stall. Just using them as wee kind of climbers and that.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed. The church I used, that's another really one, but I bought it. I've just been buying them second hand off eBay a few years ago.
Mhm.
But it was a bit crap, to be honest, the building. They'll do the job. It was about time I done some terrain.
Alright.
I've been putting it off for a long time.
Was that the church that you used during your Lance Noir game?
Yeah, I repainted it, Jamie.
See, I watch your videos.
Eh?
I said, see, I watch your videos.
You're the one. So you're the one.
Over and over again. That's why it gets so many hits. It's just me. Watching them over and over again.
That's not at all creepy.
I still not watched your one today. I was away to Edinburgh buying knockdown priced German sausages at the Christmas market.
Sounds kinky.
Last day.
Nothing like a bit of last day bratwurst.
I know, eh?
Someone shared on Facebook today a thing they'd picked up in the supermarket somewhere. It must be local because it's something from Lanark, and it was Lorne sausages in tempura batter.
Oh, yeah.
It was like bite-sized Lorne sausage in tempura batter.
Doesn't sound good.
There's a proper Asian Scottish fusion dish.
Fusion, eh?
You say fusion, most other people would say coronary. That's not proper food unless it's been battered and fried to buggery, is it?
Yeah. Well, that's quite a lot of Japanese foods battered and fried, funnily enough. Well, my
And they
experience.
invented whiskey.
No. I have no idea. Paul's your man to speak about whiskey.
Whiskey.
Apparently so. The
Oh, I don't
monks
know.
brought it back to Ireland and Scotland, but it's apparently a Japanese or Asian invention.
Oh, is that right?
Apparently so.
I think it might be one of these things that gets invented in several places, kind of.
Well, you know, whoever did it first was doing it wonderfully well.
I thought it was you guys that done it
Well, I know it
first.
definitely came via the monks.
Yeah, I thought.
Whether they picked it up somewhere else is another matter.
I know. We claimed it first, that's the main thing.
Yeah. Must be confusing people who tuned in for some form of war game. It's the Whiskey Half Hour. Tonight's whiskey from the Michael Jackson Whiskey Bible will be Glenlivet.
Well, it's welcome to Tabletop Gaming's The Celtic Connection.
Does that mean you'll be pulling all the posts down at the end of the game?
Yep, and digging the turf up.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't just organise a Scotland friendly match when they were coming to demolish Wembley. It would have saved them a ton of money.
Yeah, they would have done.
Last game, England-Scotland, and
Yeah.
just sit back and go, well, we've not had to pay for anybody to come in and do it. Because let's face it, it would have been trashed.
Yeah. The Twin Towers on the train up to Scotland. In pieces.
the television on in the background, and it's that Finding Bigfoot, and I think they must have made 1 million episodes of it, and they've never even so much as caught anything on camera. That might conclusively prove that there's no such thing.
You never. Next thing you would tell me there's no Nessie.
Yeah.
Oh, Nessie exists.
Christmas.
Of course it does.
It might just be a massive eel or something, but it definitely exists.
Right.
It has to exist. All that tourist money is vital to the local economy.
Absolutely. Has to.
Believe it, and that's it.
Come see Nessie, you decide. It's like the Queen.
Does she not exist?
Is it fictional? That's what I was thinking.
I'm not entirely sure, but well, I've never met her, so you know. But really, she's just a tourist attraction.
She could have died when she was 42 for all we know, and that's just a double.
Exactly.
She could live to 150.
Just an image.
Some wee actress. I mean, let's face it,
Hey, money.
Prince Philip is basically a fictional character.
I was going to say, Phil the Greek is just fantastic. He really is. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
He's a comedy genius.
Yes.
He's a comedy genius.
Really, I mean, he puts modern stand-up to shame.
Yeah. It would have been a
Right.
politics years ago, wouldn't it?
Improvisational comedy, huh?
Yep.
He's
I think he
just
actually
misunderstood.
say these things.
Oh, I think they all understood perfectly what he's saying. That's the problem. He's one of the last proper old school, stand still while I shoot you royals type. None of these modern ones who would open supermarkets and he just looks at the hoi polloi and little people. Stand still, you bugger, while I shoot you.
I think you've just described most of the Tory party, to be
Well,
honest.
yeah. Discussing this with a friend from Edinburgh the other day, the fact that anytime there's a news story about the Scottish Parliament, they refer to the Labour or the Conservative Party of Scotland. You're going, it's one person, it's one MP. Why do they even still turn up? Seriously. Just stay at home, folks. You're not going to get anything done. How depressing would that be to go in every day?
Yeah, but think of all the money you get just for sitting there.
Hey, they get that sitting at home as well. They only have to show up for so many, don't they? Same as other MPs, show up to like half a dozen things a year and still claim their full pension and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
You must get the Mickey Rip right out of him.
I assume they just
Waste
toss a
of
coin
power.
at every vote because it doesn't make a blind bit of difference what way they vote anyway. Was it 58 SNP, 1 Tory, 1 Labour, and somebody else?
One Lib Dem,
And a Lib Dem as well.
who was
It's like
proven in court recently to be a liar.
it's like a affirmative action scheme for
That's a class.
English MPs, isn't it? It's class. That surprises me that a politician would be shown as being a liar. Normally they're so honourable.
That board is looking awesome.
Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it? There's a lot of terrain down here to get all them troops on.
Let's make sure he doesn't have you attacking uphill.
Both ways.
Can you guys see that map board all right?
Yep.
All good.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching Paul.
So am I, to be fair, but I can see it down in the little mini map. So
Yeah.
if I can see on that tiny one, it must look great on the big one.
I was just watching your videos through again.
Really?
It's another hit for you. You need to thank him.
Thank you very much, Jamie. You're so kind.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
All that ad revenue pouring in. A cut of it goes to him.
It's much more interesting than painting flesh colours on 15mm infantry, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Here's your commitment, Mark.
I hate this job. I might actually just base coat them flesh in the future and then paint round the flesh. That might be easier.
What 15mm are they?
Battlefront British infantry.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, definitely.
Gun crews, so most of them have got their sleeves rolled up, which just adds to the pleasure of painting.
Oh, good.
Damn.
That's what they like to hear.
Yeah, I found especially my German infantry were. They're not my favorite figures to paint. There's just something about them.
Especially after painting a lot of armour, because there's very little flesh on armour.
Yes.
Practically none, in fact. It's good. Occasionally get the odd tank commander, but I find if you shut the hatch and throw him away, you don't even have to worry about that.
Yeah. I only put commanders in my command vehicles.
Yeah.
Just to help mark them out. But I paint the commanders separately as well anyway. I've actually got like a collection of pre-painted commanders, so I just pick the one I want.
That shows some sort of dedication and planning that's far beyond me.
Yeah.
It's just
They need
because
they need their own little wardroom to keep them separate from the
that's it. No, I just put all my infantry, all the infantry style figures on lollipop sticks and just batch paint them. So even if I tend to have the vehicles assembled but unpainted, so I end up having painted loads of commanders before I've painted. Plus you'll get a platoon of 4 vehicles, so that's 4 commanders and I only need 1. I've probably painted 4. So there's
I'm with you. I still would go the other way. I would sit down and go, right, this is the amount of figures I need to paint.
Yeah.
Therefore, this is the amount of figures I'm painting. There will be no spares.
Yeah, that would be sensible. But then, for tank commanders, it's only half a man you're painting, so... And if they're guards armoured commanders, it's a quarter of a man, because they're worth even less.
It's just a head.
It was more their value as human beings I was commenting on.
Let me see. Oh, no. I'm going to ask where I put my paintbrush, but I found it. Panic over.
What time is it now?
11:05.
Right. 11:05. I'm not going to be able to get to see the battle.
Shocking.
I'll watch it tomorrow. I know.
We won't spoil it for you.
But I'll text them with the outcome.
And he's no kidding.
Some inappropriate hour, you know.
At like 3 o'clock in the morning.
I was thinking 3 or 4. Just a text. French
Just to
one.
let you know that the French didn't win, but I'm not going to tell you who did.
Yeah.
Genius.
No, I wouldn't do that. Eileen would kill me.
Dear, your village seems to be sinking. Is it somewhere in the northeast of England? Is that Carlisle? It's going down a reef knot. There we go. Real man, real.
Vince, you there? Vince?
He ran off again. Back in a moment. There's only so much political commentary you can take.
Especially
Yeah.
when it's from a different country.
Yep.
So one of the issues that I've got about assembling my foreground buildings is how the hell do you store them?
Massive tubs from pound stretchers.
Yeah, it's going
There's
to
big underbed ones.
And these big things, Jimmy.
Yes, that I can get. I think 30 foreground / battlefront buildings will fit into one of those.
Right. I've only got 2, so that should be okay just
Oh
now.
yeah, it gives you room for expansion. I have 2 tubs filled with the buggers. Because if you're going to do something, do it to excess.
Yeah. I've always just begrudged paying money on terrain.
Yeah,
Spending money on terrain.
I used to, and then realised just how much money I was pissing up the wall on toy soldiers, and was like, well, if I throttle back the toy soldiers slightly, I can get terrain instead. Actually,
Yeah.
I built quite a lot of my own scratch built, but
The wife today was contemplating a purchase of a bag, and thinking how much I spend on toy soldiers, and I thought, it's a great price. Don't worry about it.
that should have set alarm bells ringing right there, shouldn't it?
We'll have it forever.
Never leave the wardrobe because it doesn't go with anything.
Or it's too valuable to take out.
Yeah.
I guess I'm finally back.
How are you?
Curtis played through the game while we were waiting on you, so the French have won.
Yeah, it was spectacular. You give it your best shot.
Oh. Well,
It was a crushing defeat for the...
how am I gonna explain that to the Tsar, I've got standards to uphold.
Don't say anything, just hang on for a little while. He won't be so much longer.
Yeah.
Well, I guess my ass is back to Siberia, I guess.
Just tell him you were drunk. I think that's an acceptable Russian excuse.
No, wait, I'll tell him I was sober.
Sober, yeah.
More effective.
Can you see the map all right, Vince?
Yeah, it's pretty much perfect.
All right, there's two camera angles you can look at. The north side of the map has got the big red disc. This is the north. All right, keep that in mind. Now that town right there, on the east side of the map board, and it's right here, and it also has a big red disc. So that village there, actually, or it's a town, is it, or a village?
It's
A
a
village.
village, yeah.
Yeah, that's worth victory points, that baby. That's the one we're fighting over.
Well, it's the victory point, you know.
I'm going to be deploying first. And what I have here, if you can see them, that's my first corps, if you remember. And it's got 5 line brigades, a battery, and some hussars. And it's also got an elite grenadier brigade. Now this is all going to be exposed. We're not going to use the concealment rules. Well, the first time a unit moves can be with a reserve move. I'll just mark them. If they didn't use their, if they haven't moved yet in the game, they'll have a little icon that says that they can reserve them. All right. I'm just setting up where my forces are on the map at the moment. I'm not deploying them yet. So yeah, there's a French corps. If you remember from the map, the third corps was right here, and that happens to be my Saxon corps, which was 6 units of conscripts, 6 brigades of conscripts.
That village is looking fantastic, Paul.
Thanks very much, Vince. Can you see it on that? Can you see it on the?
Yeah, that looks freaking amazing.
Thanks very much. Right, chuffed with it. Not done terrain in years. It's funny, I was watching one of the guys' chats the other night, and I think it was Curtis and Bill talking about. I was actually just started these, and they were talking about people painting their figures and not doing the terrain, and to play it on, I felt quite guilty. So just as well I'd started it off.
Yeah, you too. These guys pushed me to start my terrain too.
I've had the buildings, I've had all the wee bits and pieces for a long time. I just didn't get round to doing it, you know.
I've just taken it because I didn't need anything. I always played at the club.
Aye. I was the same, Jamie. You know, played at other people's places and that. That's
Yeah,
it.
I'm the host for the whole local scene, and I don't even have a proper table, so I should get my ass moving.
Ah, aye. You're young. You're young, Vince. You get to 42 like myself. It's about time I paid some time. Can't be bothered to do the other village just now, though. That's the church with some figures in it.
Yeah, it looks good.
I'm really chuffed how it came out.
I especially love the colors of the buildings and all. It looks really, really realistic. Realistic, yeah.
I try to work out, you know, like when you're painting buildings, do you keep them kind of quite subtle? I've just kept them quite subtle with the shading, not doing too much with them. You know?
Is there a bit bigger so you don't have to? Because obviously part of the painting technique for the scale is the fact that the things you're representing are so small. You don't really have to do that as much with a building.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm
See,
guessing.
when I done a church before, Jamie, for that battle, I just, you know, I realised I didn't have any terrain done, so I just knocked them together really quickly, you know. So I did it quite harsh. And it's, you know, if it is, it sits there and it bugs you. And
Yeah.
so I thought, no.
Well, the 40th or 50th time I watched the video, I kind of saw that.
Jamie.
You're intriguing me now. Get the urge to actually watch one of his videos myself. If they're worth going back 40 or 50 times for, as opposed to just making it all the
Jerry.
time, pretending that it was.
You'll be
He's just a crawl
disappointed.
injury. He's going to ask him to lend a fiver soon.
That's it. He must owe me money already, I think.
Promoting Paul's channel,
Well,
see my
night,
cars
Jamie,
towards
like
Blucher.
No comment for fear of incriminating myself.
You were saying, I think you owe me money, Paul, the other time, Jamie. Afterwards, I was like, do I owe him money? I was trying to think. Maybe I didn't, I just forgot.
There was at one point, but I can't remember now. Because I had bought you stuff online, but then you gave me super glue and stuff, so I couldn't remember. And paints. I would just call it quits.
So many gifts. So many gifts.
Let's just call it quits, I meant to ask you, you gave David and David their save the date, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
did we? Yeah, it's alright, Jamie, we've talked about it, don't worry about it. Yeah, I think mine definitely did.
Okay. Well, invites will be at some point, but I appreciate for
We
most
had a
people.
chat. I spoke with David about it on our walk, Jamie.
Yeah, I know it's a long trek for you guys,
So we definitely got it.
There, Vince?
Yes, I am.
If you can see this,
Your cat's got an awful cough. Curtis.
Yeah. Yeah, this is bloody cold. Bloody things hanging on for days and days.
what we have here, I have two columns that were just deployed, and I have to deploy first. Now again, this red marker indicates the north edge of the board. We've got this nice central road cutting across the battlefield in my sections. Now, just to show you visually, yeah, I'm using the wrong marker here. Hold on. The sections of the tabletop are defined like this. Basically 5 of these base widths. Now, I'm not using this for the game. I'm just using this to show the sections of the table, which equate to the map. This section right here, that's one section. That was where my 3rd column was, the number 3 column. And it's right here deployed in the center. I deploy first, and this column has just been deployed. It's basically made up of my entire corps of Saxons as well as the cavalry corps, which is cuirassier and the dragoons. They're all deployed here centrally. Note that I have some of these Saxon brigades facing south, this way. Interesting, because you will be deploying here.
Yeah, my guards are the ones that
Oh,
are.
God. Your guards? Oh, boy.
Mhm.
Anyway, over here was my 1st column. Now, this 1st column is a French infantry corps. It's my 1st corps, and it has been deployed as well. It's basically 6 units of infantry brigades, including a grenadier brigade and some artillery. So that's this section up here. That was my 1st column. This was my 3rd column. Now, off table, over here, I have another column that is yet to be brought onto the board. And I kind of have it displayed here, but that's none of your knowledge. But yeah, they're coming on from this direction. Okay? And that will be my 3rd column, the number 2 column. So 1, 2, and 3. That's all my forces deployed or about to be entering the table. Now you're going to deploy next. And you're going to be deployed in this section, this middle section, and down here. Nothing will be deployed in this corner. You have no troops in. So you're going to be deploying in this section, the middle section with the town, and this section up here opposed to me. Now you have to deploy your column entirely within the square. The only restriction is you cannot deploy within 2 base widths of an already deployed enemy unit. These are the base widths we're going to be using. Well, as you can see, you can't get any closer than that. This was one of your units. That's as far as you can go towards me. That's pretty damn close.
Yeah, it is.
No unit may be set up within 2 base widths of a section border that borders an enemy-held section. All right, it's not 2 base widths of an enemy. It's 2 base widths of the section border, which is right here. So you'd actually be back a little fraction of a centimeter. So these guys are going to be really in action quick. So before we do that, you do your deploying. You're going to have an objective marker to place in my zones. You can put it anywhere you want. Okay, I control it. If you want it, you got to come get it. You deploy it over here in one of the 2 sections I control. It just has to be 2 base widths away from another section or a base or a table edge. Sorry.
And is that objective worth a victory point?
No. It'll end the battle. It'll win the battle for the side that gets it, but it has no value for victory points. Right now, you have victory point advantage. So this pressure is on me to take this objective or take all of these objectives. There's only going to be 2 of these, plus this. So what do you want? This? The bridge? Sounds good to me.
I was gonna say the crossroads, but anyway.
Same thing, right in front of the bridge. Good?
No, the other side finally.
All right.
Got my guards there.
Yeah. All right, and I'll do the same thing. I'm going to place this red objective marker, which you will control anywhere in your deployment zones. It could be here, it could be in this middle, or it could be up here. I'm going to be nice and put it right here on top of this hill, or behind the hill. Yeah, I'll put it on top of that. So this hill crest line is now an objective for the battle. Or, an objective, not a victory point. All right, so objective. Objective worth victory points. Village. Now you can deploy. Start off with, let's see, you have the 3rd column up here, the 4th column is here, and your 1st column is down in here. Where do you want to start?
Let's see.
3rd, 4th, 1.
Just first of all, basically, if you control both objectives, the red and the white marker, that's basically that wins you the battle, right?
Plus this.
No, the other one's one at the hill and one at the bridge.
Yes, you win the battle if it goes the full distance of 30 turns, but you have to have this as well. There's 3 objectives here. That too.
So basically, as long as I hold the town, I'll be right.
You're all right because you have victory point advantage. You don't really have to capture any more objectives if you don't want, because you have victory if the game goes the full distance. Simply from victory point advantage, because you have this.
Okay, guys. So I think
Look at it this way, Vince. The pressure is on the French to not only hold these objectives, but mainly to take this thing. This is the most important. If I can also capture all 3 and win that way, but this one objective here will give me advantage in victory points and secure victory for me.
so basically, I'll have to hold the line and maybe some counterattacks.
There's a lot of ways to look at it. Where do you want to begin deploying?
I'll start with the guards, the first one, the first column.
Well, that is column 1. What's in it?
It's 3 units of grenadiers and 1
Hold
unit.
on. One at a time here. I'm gonna find them. 3 units of grenadiers.
Yes, sir.
What else?
A unit of Cossack guards
What else?
and the Toli is attached to the first corps, basically.
All right, he's off. He begins the battle off table, but you know he's there.
And just to know, when will the reinforcements come in on the board?
You roll a dice, add the turn number or something. It's something like that, but they don't come on immediately. The longer the battle goes, the more likely they are to show up. Just keep that in mind. Come on. All right, so you've got 4 units. What about your artillery?
It's in every. Oh wait, yeah, I have a whole battery of artillery with those guards. Thank you, I almost forgot about them. So that's 3 units of mass battery.
3 units of mass batteries? What did you say? 3 units of mass batteries, or?
Yeah.
Right,
Or
so
one
you
mass
have
battery of 3 units.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
exactly.
5, 6, 7 units in all.
Yeah. That is the first court.
Russian Guard and Grenadier units may be mixed in a corps with other units as normal. Alternatively, or in addition, Russians may create a Guard corps. It may comprise only those infantry and cavalry units with an elan of 7. It must include at least 3 such units, plus any number of artillery. If it's created, the maximum size units is 10, the minimum is 4. All right. So you've got 3 massed batteries of cannon, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And 3 brigades of grenadiers/guards and 1 guard Cossack brigade.
Exactly.
Good luck, Gareth.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, these are basically the ones that are gonna take the whole shit from the battle. I'm counting on them to hold the reinforcements too, and take
All
the
right.
bridge objective.
All right, Vince, let's take a look at this section where you can deploy. 2 base widths away from this edge. I'll put the cannon as far forward as I can to give you an indication how far forward you can go. Now, the rest of these guys can go up to this far into the section. Now, how would you like to deploy them? Here's your 3 grenadier units, 3 artillery batteries in the front, and the cavalry in the rear. Where do you want them?
Just first of all, what is the range of a artillery unit?
8.
8. Okay. So I'll start off with 1 unit of infantry grenadier on the closest possible to the enemy on the road. And then a second unit of infantry on its left side. And the third unit is gonna be facing the reinforcements. Yeah, like that pretty much. What I can't see well is the unit in the middle facing the bridge. Yeah, those
Yeah.
two. Okay.
Yeah, they're all facing this way toward the bridge, except him. That's their facing. They're facing the big guy.
Um,
What about your cavalry and your batteries? Where would you like them?
the only thing I like to do with the infantry is the one to the left facing the board edge is gonna move a bit to its left, about a base size to its left.
All right, sorry, what was that?
The unit facing the side of the board is gonna move a base size to its left.
This way or this way?
Yeah, that way. To the south.
Any further? How far south do you want to go?
That's good like that.
All right.
Then the Cossacks are gonna be behind the infantry facing the bridge. I know it's gonna be facing the edge of the board. The 3 artillery batteries will be on the road behind the infantry and the Cossacks.
Right, guys, I'll see you later. Sorry.
Okay, Paul. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Das Vidania.
All,
Catch
does
you
it
later.
then, yeah. All the best.
Just to be sure, the cannon units can fire through friendly units.
No.
If from a gun line against the bridge with the cannons. Just a bit behind the Cossacks.
You can go this far forward, Vince. If you want, you could be placed here and be able to shoot at the Saxons immediately. Would you like that?
Yeah, that's perfect actually.
Yeah, because you don't have to limber up and move around. You can deploy ready to fire, and I think that's what you want to do here, and get these guns into action immediately.
Yeah, I want to clear up a bit of the Saxons before the reinforcements come in.
All right, now, and also your guard Cossacks are back here, and they're facing west, correct?
Yeah, just to make sure that I don't get well flanked and rear attacked by.
All right, gotcha.
So
You're all
that's it
good.
for that sector. And which is the column that was out of the battle? The second one?
Yours, it's number 2.
Okay,
It's
great.
coming
So
on right. It's coming on right here behind your guards, over here in the south.
okay, they're the ones with all the cavalry, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, they're coming up the road.
So for the deployment at the complete north,
Number
yeah,
3.
number 3 is comprised of another battery of 3 massed battery units, and not 3rd infantry. That is 3 line infantry and 1 grenadier unit.
Yeah, I'm going to have to drop out now, boys. We're going to have to watch this tomorrow.
Okay, it's all good.
Yeah, see you in the
See you.
morning.
Catch
See you now,
later.
boys. See you all.
I got one question for you, Vince. You only have how many artillery batteries? 10?
Yeah.
All right, well, divide that by 3 because that's how many of these massed batteries you can form. So I think you made a mistake here. Each one of these counts as 3 batteries with a massed battery.
All right.
So I think you only have 1.
Yeah, what I understood is basically that a mass battery is basically just a term for when the artillery is in a unit of its own. Well, the 3 units comprise a core of itself.
Yeah, a massed battery. That's what that is.
Oh yeah, so in that case, it's basically they just have 1 mass battery per.
Right. And up here, same thing. You got a massed battery. Basically 3 separate batteries, but that's not a unit. The unit is a massed battery. So you combine them into 1 to make this unit. Otherwise, you have to
Understand.
parcel them out to your infantry units, which you didn't do. So up here, 3rd column, you've got a massed battery. What else?
It's 3 units of line infantry.
Okay.
And finally, a unit of grenadiers. Fantastic guards.
You got the big plumes. All right. Where do you want them?
Does the 2 hills give any combat advantage to the game?
If you're on high ground, the
Yeah.
attacker suffers a -1 in his close assault. -1 die. And the crest line is what defines the height advantage. So Yeah, if I'm lower than you, basically, I suffer a -1.
So I'll put the gun on about where the objective is.
All right, it's on the crest line. It can see the enemy, and it has cover. Not
But
cover, but it's obstructed. So if I shoot at you, I'll be penalized. That's
but
only
if
for
I shoot at you, I'm okay then.
you're okay. You can see me. You're all good there. It's a good
Okay.
Just
spot to be in.
remember, you
Um,
can't shoot over friendlies.
yeah, that's
Right.
the. So what I'm thinking is, well, the hill itself blocks line of sight if I put a unit behind it, right?
The crest line does, yeah. So anything over here behind the crest line cannot be seen.
So I'll put 2 units of infantry, each one from besides the unit of artillery.
Up here?
Yep. And the second one at its right.
At the crest line.
Yep.
So they're hard to hit, and they have height advantage, and they can see the French as they advance.
And the guards and the infantry are gonna go behind the hill.
Here's your infantry. Here's your guards. Guards.
Yeah.
Infantry, guards. Is that okay?
Just push them a bit forward towards the hill. That's right.
All right. That's it for the third column. Let's go to the fourth column. In the middle,
Which is the
at the
fourth.
village.
The fourth infantry is comprised of it's 3 line infantries. It's a unit of grenadiers. So yeah, 3 units of line infantry, 1 unit of grenadiers. There's 1 battery attached to the infantry.
You have a battery attached to one of these infantry units?
Yep.
Right, which one? Just so I know.
Well, I think they're pretty much all the same. So
Oh,
just
they
pick.
each have one?
No, just one of them.
Right, which unit has the attached guns? You have
Well, I
four
think
units here. Which one has the battery?
it's one of the line infantries. Let's say the one in the middle. And finally, there's a another masked battery.
Separate unit, right?
Yeah. So that's the fourth corps column. So,
All right, let's deploy them.
so what are the rules basically for the town? Can when I'm in it, can I shoot from it without with cover, without obstruction?
All right, you put somebody in here, they can't shoot out of it. Uh, Ideally, what you want to do is probably take your grenadiers,
Yeah, I'm
put them
thinking
on top of the objective inside the village, and get prepared. That means
exactly.
be prepared, because what that does when you're in a built-up area and you prepare, you become what is called a garrison. You get a +2 on your close combat, which is quite substantial. So grenadiers with 8 elan, or is it 8 or 7? I think it's 7. +1 for being steadfast, +2 for being a garrison is 10. So they're going to have 10 dice when they fight in close combat. That's huge.
Well, you just read my mind. I wanted to put the guards in the buildings. Um, put the mass artillery battery. Well, I think what I think I'm gonna do is just do a gun line on the road, just in front of the town.
As far forward as possible, or do you want to be as far back as possible?
I'll be as far back as I can.
All right, in front of the gates. So there's your
So
masked battery. Now you have this unit of infantry, this unit of infantry, and this unit of infantry. Where do you
the
want
two the two units of infantry without any guns are gonna be beside the artillery massed battery. The massed artillery battery. Not easy being French, you know. And hmm,
Your English is better than my French.
that's good, I guess.
His English is better than my English.
Yeah, that might be a point actually.
Yeah, at least your some of the Scottish dialects I can't even understand. I mean, some of you Scottish have an accent so deep I can't decipher the words themselves. It's pretty funny actually. So, Curtis, my last unit of infantry with the batteries attached are gonna go between the hill and the village. Well, between the hill and the infantry guarding the village.
pretty much where they are?
Yeah, pretty much. So the river is difficult going, is it?
Yeah, that's difficult ground. It'll slow down anyone crossing it. They don't have to cross it at a bridge. So it's just anywhere they want. Difficult ground. Infantry will move one base width in that case, which is, there's your base widths right there. That's pretty small.
I guess if you ever break through on the other flank where I'm not too protected, my reserves and cavalry will and guards will run you down from the back. So I guess I'm pretty safe.
Sounds good to me. Now that's the end of that column?
Yep.
All right, your number 2 column, which is coming on the board as reinforcements, is over here, of course. You don't have to tell me what's in it until they actually get on the board. So we're deployed. We're all good.
Well, man, we're facing Napoleon's bastard himself.
Yes.
This shall be a great fight. Protect your village like you protect your balls.
God. We're losing the fence. Lost it. Now, returning recon cavalry. All of the units that you committed to recon have made it to the battlefield just in time, albeit fatigued. You may set them up in any of your table sections that you want. You there, and here. Any way you want. Roll a die as you place each one. On a 6, that unit starts with 2 fatigues. On a roll of a 1, it starts with no fatigues. Any other roll is 1 fatigue. Remember that any cavalry subcommanders sent blah blah blah. Yeah. So where's your reserve? You have 2 units in reserve.
Yes, I have 2 units of cavalry in recon.
Oh, where do you want this one?
This is hard. I mean, I really have no idea what I'm gonna put. I think I know.
What corps are they part of?
Well, there 2 of them are separate. One is part of the second column from the cavalry corps, and the other one is part of the 4th column.
Which are on the board, or whatever corps you have deployed currently on the tabletop. If that included these guys, put them with that corps so that they can activate together with a corps activation. You want to keep your corps together as much as you can. But otherwise, if they're not, like if this unit belongs to the corps that's not arrived on the table yet, they're still off table, you could put him anywhere and it doesn't matter. Maybe down here by the guards because the rest of his troops are coming. So, but regardless, he's in this battle.
So with the corps that's defending the hill is part of the 4th column.
Third.
Third. So that means the 4th column is the one protecting the village.
Right.
Use your cavalry to help protect the river line. That seemed to work in the game we played before.
Yeah, either that or I was thinking of putting them at the other side of the hill to try to the flank him as he advances. But there's other cavalry in the back, so it's maybe not the best of ideas.
Just as a little reminder, Vince, this is all infantry over here. They do have a battery of guns. Right here in the center, you're facing Saxons. These are all conscript, low-grade troops, but nonetheless, there's quite a few of them. 6 brigades worth of infantry. They're all up here in the front lines. I guess I don't have any artillery for them. I thought I did. Let me double check. Yeah, they do have a battery of guns, which I didn't deploy.
Oops, there's a couple.
I'll put it here. And yeah, the only other thing to take into account is back here in the center for the French cavalry. They've got 2 units of dragoons, 2 brigades of dragoons, and 2 units of cuirassiers in the back. This is a separate formation, separate corps. It's the cavalry corps right here. So this is what you're facing. Conscripts backed up by heavy cav, and over here on the French left, French infantry, which includes
Yeah,
the
I forgot
grenadiers.
I forgot you had infantry in the left because there's the icons for sorry hidden the infantry. So
You don't have an option to hide icons, do you? I
oh,
guess
I
you
don't.
do. I
Well,
don't have
maybe
any more
there's
either.
the. I mean, I'm in the classical view, so I think if I can. Yeah, that view is good. So yeah, what I was thinking of doing was to put my 2 units of cavalry at the right of the hill. Yeah, all right. Yeah, they're not part of the core.
Put them to the left of the hill.
Yeah, well, one it doesn't matter, but the other one that's part of the fourth column is gonna be at the left of the hill.
Good.
What is the infantry you have at the left? Not sure left your infantry. These
This,
ones. Yeah.
these right here, there is 3 brigades of French line infantry leading, backed up by 2 additional line infantry brigades, and finally, in the third line, a brigade of grenadiers, elite troops.
Yeah, I totally forgot about them when I deployed. Well, I guess I'm still fine.
Just remember your main objectives to defend the village.
Capture an eagle.
All right, are you good?
I'm gonna go with yeah, the other cavalry unit's gonna be at the left too.
Okay.
I guess it's good that way.
Well, this is the left, right?
Yeah,
All right, that's what you mean.
I'm still not sure about that though. I guess my full frontal charge against 3 units of infantry, 1 unit of grenadier is not the best of ideas, so I'm gonna leave him there.
All right. Let's roll the dice here for each of your returning cavalry here to see if they get any additional fatigues. One, they get
0
1
bronze.
Zero.
So yeah, it's 1. They got 0, 2, 2, 5 is 1, and 6 they got 2.
All right, this one gets 2 fatigue.
I'm gonna roll for this one. Not 1 with a 5. The second one gets also 1 fatigue.
So each one has an elan of 5 going into this battle. That's how many dice you roll when you fight in close combat.
My men didn't drink enough vodka.
Yeah. Now I have to do the same thing, which I forgot about. I also have 2 units of light cav. Let me double check, see where their core organization is. They should have been deployed. Hold on. This unit should have already been deployed. It was not on recon. This unit is not on the table. It was not on recon. And I had 2 Hussar units that were on recon, which I will grab. These guys were on recon, and I'll roll for them and deploy them. These were part of the cavalry corps, which is deployed back here. So when I deploy them, I kind of want them close by here so I can use that core activation. But not necessarily. I'm just going to throw them down. I'm not going to think too hard about it. Let me roll for them. The one on my left. For fatigue, he gets a 6. He takes 2 fatigues. So his 6 elan drops to 4. He starts the battle with 4 elan.
I can't complain against that.
1. So he starts with 5 elan.
So it's all or nothing then.
Yes. So they just returned. There they are. And yeah, that's good. We're all set up. And the player who declared the battle will play the first turn. That is me. I declared the battle, so I get the first turn. We're going to whip through that right now.
So two battle men. May the better men win.
Let me just take a quick look at the reserves. Again, I've never used them yet, so bear with me on that. And what I need to figure out is how soon they come on.
Russian reserves arrive in turn 1, French reserves arrive in turn 29.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure I agree with that though.
When a player checks for a specific group of reinforcements, he rolls 1 die and multiplies the result by the factor. The result is equal to or lower than the current turn number. That group of reinforcements arrives. What factor? What the hell is this factor?
I love it when rules do that.
Could it be like the unit's quality?
Could be anything.
Factor.
It could be what units had for lunch, which is in a table in Appendix B1.
Alright, I'm having flashbacks to the Grand Manor. Please stop. It'll be something random. It'll be like cavalry or factor 1, infantry or factor 2, and artillery or factor 3. You know,
Yeah.
to account for their speed or something like that.
But it's cores, so that wouldn't work either because
Yeah.
I'm assuming the whole core would turn up at once rather than...
Oh, individual units, yeah.
But that's an assumption by me. You know what assumptions do.
Make an ass out of you an umption.
Yes.
I learned that from Samuel L. Jackson.
The reinforcement factor. This is usually 4 if the reinforcements are arriving in a friendly controlled territory, such as coming up from the rear. Or 5 if they are attempting something more difficult, such as arriving on the enemy's flank. Yeah. Before the game starts, each group of reinforcements should have all of this information, its reinforcement factor. The destination for each group should be limited to the outer edge of a specific table section. Many different groups of reinforcements might be expected at any different destinations. All right. Anyway, you're coming on a friendly, so you're going to have a factor of 4. Because this is a friendly controlled edge. Mine, on the other hand, is coming on an enemy sector. So I'm going to have a more difficult time. Mine is going to be 5. Basically, what you do, he rolls a die and multiplies the result by the factor. Yours would be 4, mine would be 5. If the result is equal to or lower than the current turn number, that group of reinforcements has arrived.
Could be a long time before we see reinforcements.
Yeah. So, for instance, I'm going to fake roll here. I'm going to multiply my result by 5 and say it's turn 12. I get a 6. So that's 30.
Yeah, you really get that Napoleon in the film where you've got Wellington sitting on the hill going, "Give me Blucher, give me the rain," that sort of thing. So
turn 12, my score was 30. Now what you want is a score that's equal or less than the current turn.
we're not seeing anybody before turn 4 or 5, depending, and that's with a nice roll of a 1.
Yeah.
So don't be relying on your reinforcements too heavily.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging. It's all right. Okay, you got that, Vince?
Yeah.
That doesn't scale very well, though, does it? Because it's going to be turn 4 or 5, and then turn... Nah, it does. It's the same. Sorry, I'm thinking it's a 1 in 6 chance, and then it changes to a 1 in 3 chance at like turn 20 something or something, doesn't it? I don't know. I'm crap at math.
2, 2, 4, 8.
Listen to these mathematicians here. Metagamers.
I'm still glad my reinforcements. I didn't rely too much on my reinforcements. I mean, they're there if my left flank breaks. But I get time to beat up them Saxons before the Fritz's reinforcement come in, so I'll be good.
Now there's also, of course, we got to remember you can break the opposing army as well and win that way. For the French, the break point is 8. If you take out 8 of my units or more, I'm going to break. Now for you, led by Kutuzov, it's going to be...
It's I think it was 50% of the units.
Yeah, 10. Because you have 20 units, you don't count the artillery, except for when they break their battle. That's when they do count. But for figure and break point, they don't count. So your break point is usually lower because of that. You have 20 units, and it's going to be half of that, so it's 10. Mine is a third. I have 24 units, and a third of that is 8. So you have to break 8 of mine, and I have to break 10 of yours, Mr. Kutuzov.
Whilst attacking a heavily fortified town across the river.
I see no problem with this at all.
Hey, there's been crazier plans in that.
What is it they've got outside West Point? Is it Loadas, toujours Loadas? Or words to that effect. As I said, my French is pretty poor.
Oh, started out was French?
No.
Okay.
Audacity, always audacity.
All right, my turn. We start off with the status phase. That's where I reveal stuff. Now, just another thing to keep in mind is everything can make a reserve move, which is a maximum of 12 base widths any way you want. So everybody can do that. So assume that. The first time you move can be a reserve move, but after that you can't make the reserve move. Also, I could try and spot you and take away that ability to make a reserve move. Now remember, we're not using the concealment rules, so it's kind of confusing. Just know that you can still make your reserve move so far. Well, the first thing we do in a turn is go through the status phase. That's where I check for reinforcements. I think it's sure bet that they're not coming on. Turn 1. Well, actually, I couldn't I? 1 times 1 is 1. It's turn 1. No.
Not even close.
No, I couldn't actually. It's 5 times what I rolled.
Yeah, you would need to be turn 5, and you would have to roll 1 and turn 5.
Yeah. All right, status. That's where I try and reveal you. If I have somebody that can see your unit, and I have another unit that's at 4 base widths or closer, I can attempt to spot you, which in this case will take away your ability to use a reserve move. I don't have that ability right now, except here. So, but it really doesn't matter because you're not going to be able to move anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm not counting on doing any reserves move at that thing.
Yeah, these units all up here basically can't use reserve moves. They're just too close to each other anyway. So effectively, they're revealed. Okay, so I'll go right into my activations. I'm going to use a deck of 18 cards, one of which is the Joker. When that comes up, activation is over. Top 3 cards are always non-jokers and placed to the side to begin with, while I shuffle up the Joker in the remaining deck. Once that's all to my satisfaction, I take the top 3 cards and put them on the top. No, I take these 2 and put them on the top. And that's our deck for momentum. 18 cards. Boy, it's not good. Yeah, Vince, I'm in trouble there, ain't I? I'm going to try and activate my Saxon core, which is all down here. I'm going to skip the Saxons. I'm going to go right to my cavalry corps. I'm going to activate them. This guy's too far away. All right, I'm going to activate these 3 as a core activation. It's 2 Cuirassier, 1 Dragoon. They're going to move through the woods, which means I can't reserve move, and I'm going to be moving at difficult rate for these guys, which is only 2 base widths, which puts me here. So that's 3.
That's gonna be rough for the guards.
Yes, it is. We're going to move. I'm going to activate this core together. I have to be within 1 base width of another guy in the core that's activating to do this. Activate this entire core, except the Grenadiers and So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units are now activated. And I want to make a reserve move if I can. I cannot come closer than 4 base widths to one of your units. Let me see. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'll put these guys up here.
Do you think you can pull back the camera a bit? I can't really see your infantry at the bottom.
Hold on, Vince. I will. I got you.
Thank you. Spasiba.
So my turn ends because I pulled the Joker.
Right.
It goes to shooting, and this will also reveal me if I do shoot. Maximum range for your guns is 8. Musketry range is 2. And you cannot move and shoot in the same go.
Right.
Same turn. Exceptions to that, which are not represented here, would be horse artillery. So none of these guys can shoot because they moved. Check the range of my Saxons here. They're all out of range. So the only thing is just my artillery, which I'm probably going to do. And what I want to do is have this battery, this masked battery of French guns, open up on the crest line position up here. I want to whack with counter battery fire against this battery that is obscured. Basically, within range, which is 8,
Right.
about 6 away. My ammo is 5. 5 dice. I need 6s to hit you.
Thought it was halved for counter battery.
I'm getting to it.
Okay.
Penalties. Firing at a target that has cover, firing at a target that is concealed, and firing at targets that are obstructed. You're obstructed because you're at the crest line, so it's halved. Another reason to half it would be because you're an artillery unit. So I'm going to roll my half of 5 rounded up, so it's 3 dice. Now I need 6s. 1 will force you to retreat. 2 will force you to retire from the game. Got 1. So you took 1 hit. You're going to have to retreat. Which means you're going to fall back 2 base widths straight behind, like this,
Oh, that's
facing the wrong direction. So you're pushed off the hill with some effective counter battery fire.
Did your guys know that he was there, Curtis?
Good point, my friend. Good point. Because you start off, we're not using concealment rules, but you are effectively concealed. Well, you know what it is? You can fire on a concealed unit, and it counts as a penalty, which I took.
Okay, I was just asking. I don't know.
If you're hit, you would be revealed, in addition to whatever results there was. So this was all, we did that right. It never came up before. Thank you. So he's revealed. This battery, Saxon guns, is going to also open fire on your cavalry. This one right here with 5 alarm.
right. This is the one that's part of the 4th Brigade.
He gets his full dice against you. His dice is not penalized for firing at cavalry, so it's 5 dice to need 6s. And he gets 2 6s. That's a long drop from 5 to 3. And that's it. No close combat. Guess that goes to your turn. Status phase. That's when you check for reinforcements. Well, this is when I'd roll my dice and see if they come on. which they don't because I already rolled. That's it. Goes to your turn. First thing you do is check the information phase to see if you can deny me any reserve moves, which is pretty much all this over here. Nothing else. Go to your activations. Start off with core activations, Vince. That's where you activate units from the same core that are within one base width of each other. They can activate together, and it only costs you 1 momentum point for each unit you activate that way, which is 1 draw of the deck. Okay? If you activate them individually, it costs you 2 momentum to do that per unit. So it's more efficient. Always start off with core activations first. Do all of them first, and then you go to individual unit activations.
Is a artillery, well, is a massed artillery battery count as a core of itself?
Well, if they're attached to a core, no, they're part of that core. I thought you did you keep them independent?
Yeah, the massed batteries, yes, 3 of them.
All right, so the only way you can activate them for movement is to activate them individually. You should have put them in your core.
Yeah, otherwise I don't think I'll move that much. So.
Shame on you.
Well, are they even in range of the? That's what I forgot when deploying. Are they even in range of the enemy?
Yep. This cannon back here at the gates can fire on my Saxon battery. Can also fire on these Saxon infantry here. That's about it.
Vincent, remember you would use your infantry core activations to make your infantry prepared in case there's cavalry coming.
Yeah, that's why I'll go on the side of the guards for now. Well, I think his cavalry can't really reach me for next turn, so...
Can you see them all right?
Yeah. What is the movement rate of cavalry in the game?
Normally it's 4. If it's through difficult terrain, it's 2.
Yeah, so I don't think there will be much of a threat for the next turn.
It's going to take at least 2 more turns.
Yeah.
3 more turns to get out of that rough ground.
So I'll go back to the north where yeah, I'll activate that infantry corps. And I guess I'll try to move him between the hill and the forest. The grenadiers and the infantry behind the hills are gonna move between the hill and the forest.
So you kind of want to deploy here.
Yeah, kind of.
Now, keep in mind that this battery is not part of this core. And this unit, this one right here, he's kind of stuck out from the rest of the core because you got him too far away from the rest of his core buddies. If this artillery was part of this core, they'd all be together. You'd be able to do that. So this guy is he has to activate individually. So you're a little bit flustered here. You'd have to keep him in place and move these other 3 corps up to get into position here, which will take a while because it's a movement of 2. So you want to do that.
Well, what I want to do is the infantry unit behind the hill is gonna move in the difficult terrain in the woods.
Okay.
And the guards are gonna move their full 2 between the woods and the hills. And at that point, I assume that the artillery can fire at anything at that point.
Your artillery?
Yeah.
They're facing that way because they're retreating. You have to activate them, turn them around, and move into a position to fire.
Yeah, that's
Right
good.
now, you can't hit anything unless you want to shoot at your own troops. Well, that's an individual activation with them. You don't want to do that yet. Get your infantry in position like you suggested,
Yeah.
and we'll go from there. The first thing is to get these infantry into the woods, which is going to be difficult movement. We're only going to move one base width. And this unit right here, if you want, well, they're pretty far. They can make a full move of 2. Yeah, you're all clustered here, man. You goofed
Yeah.
it up. Well, you didn't really goof it up. I made it worse on you because of the artillery. This guy can't get over here because he's going to end on top of these other units. Can't do that unless they're also activated at the same time, i.e. core activation. This cannon isn't. This unit isn't because they're not part of this activation. Just these 3 units. He moved. He's okay. This unit and this unit cannot get up here quick enough because these units are in the way. So unless you want to go another direction or back this way, really nothing you can do at this point.
Well, I could at least move the guards a bit, as close as possible between essentially the cannon and the infantry.
Right. So that's two units. Now this one appears on the crest of the hill. You still want to do something with him?
Yeah, I think I can move him. Basically, I think is.
How about occupying this position on the objective?
Yeah,
You
well,
can't get over here. Okay, you can't get over here quick enough. These guys are in the way.
if I advance them forward, they will be in the open against the cannons. So I don't think I'll do that.
Well, they're still within a base width of these other 2 units. They can still activate next turn as a core. Once you get these 2 guys sorted out, they have to kind of get out of the way. And this guy, I'm assuming you're going to kind of put up here. He'll make it, but he'd be activated separately. So what do you want to do with this unit, Vince?
I think they'll stay put for now.
Okay, so that core activation is done. You draw 2 cards. Obviously, neither one is going to be the Joker. Go to your next core activation.
So do I have another core activation?
The guys opposite the Saxons.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna maybe issue the order to forward you dogs. Try to get into close combat with the conscripts. I assume grenadiers are gonna be really good against Saxons in close combat. So
Your elan for your units of grenadiers is 7. Plus, you have shock, which gives you a +1 on the attack. You get an additional die in the attack. You
yeah,
also have steady, which is a +1 when you're the defender. So you're going to have additional dice either way. 8 dice in all. Yeah, they're good. Saxons typically have 5.
so I'm gonna move them forward.
Core activation, that's
Yeah.
this unit. Close as possible.
Well, with the core activation, is the other unit facing the board edge a part of the core activation?
He could be. He's within a base width of this unit here, and he's activated, so he could also activate as well.
So yeah, if he can, he's gonna move towards the Saxon too.
All right. Now, do you want to get as close as possible, or do you want to just get within long range?
No, I want to get as close as possible.
All right.
Forward, you dogs. From what I can see now, I think Kurosov is a bit drunk at the moment.
remember
getting some of the.
you've got to put him in the table as well because he wasn't deployed.
Yeah, the my
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, Vince. I'll put him down for you. It's an automatic thing. You do it during your information phase. Let me get the model. You just put him with one of these units, and his effect in the game is it will half the momentum cost that you have to pay, rounded up.
yeah,
It's always a minimum of 2.
that's my commander de Tully, right?
Yeah, if I could find him. Oh, he's on the road.
Yeah, so he's gonna be quite useful. I think the Cossacks are just gonna stay put because I don't wanna.
Right, you don't want to move your guns. You want them to shoot.
I'm never gonna move my guns now.
Right, so here's your momentum cost. It's going to cost you 1, 2, 3. Half, it's 1.5, minimum of 2. So you're going to draw 2 cards. That includes the Tolly's ability to half things. So it only costs you 2 momentum. All's good, no joker.
Yeah, at least I'll get to activate other units.
Now you have.
How much? Sorry, on you go.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask how much input do you want from the spectators here?
Well, I'm fine with as much information as you can get, as you can give, you know.
Well, given that you know it's going to take at least 5 turns for his reserves to turn up, I would have used the cavalry just now.
Yeah, right. The turns. My God, I've been playing 40k too much. In my mind, they come in at turn 2, so maybe. Yeah, you're right.
You want him to activate as well?
Yeah, we'll go back a bit. I was again confused.
Okay. Actually, that won't give you an extra momentum. 1, 2, 3, 4, half of 2. You're still at 2 momentum spent because of Natoli's ability. That would have cost you 4 momentum, but because of Natoli, it only costs 2. So where do you want to go with them?
I was thinking pushing in towards the Saxons.
Now I'll point something out for you. Conscripts don't like enemy cavalry.
Yeah,
The effect of that is in this game, if you're within, I think it's 2 base widths of my Saxons, these Saxons cannot charge, and in close combat they suffer a penalty of -1 if they're fighting cavalry.
Great.
So you don't have to worry about this unit of Saxons charging anybody at this point because you're too close.
That's a good thing because the infantry at the left of the cavalry will be in charge of the cavalry coming at them.
Uh-oh. Paul Diaba, leading the Saxons forward. Horseback. All right. Yeah. Not a core activation anywhere? These guys.
Nope.
No? All right. Individual activations then.
So
Just pick-
first off, it will be the infantry unit at the right of the gun on the hill.
This
Yes,
one?
that unit. That
this
unit. So that one has to move out of the way, but I don't want to seclude him too much from the other ones.
Yeah.
How about going between the hill and the forest?
That'll be a difficult move because you want to move. You want to end facing this way, but your direction is that way. When that happens, it's counted as a difficult move because you're facing the way you didn't move. So that means you only move 1 base width, which will put you where you are. It's good enough for me. And you're within distance. Actually, you'd be back here, but that's fine.
So that is 2 momentum points.
That's 2 momentum points.
Hopefully there is no joker. Great, there's no joke. So I wonder what should I do next. Maybe my I'll try to regroup the cannon and get him back up on the hill.
No problem. 2 base widths forward, back to where he was, facing the enemy. He's at the ridge line. He's got some protection for the ridge.
I guess I'll block out another infantry unit behind, but it's better than being in the open, I guess.
Joker. That's your last activation.
Could the gun go a bit more forward?
Well, if he goes any more forward, he's going to be over the crest. You want cover,
That's what I
right?
thought, yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Good right where you are, trust me. Alright, next is the shooting, Vince. Your activations are over because I pulled the Joker, so now we're going to do shooting.
So let's go south.
Let's go.
Where there's an artillery unit firing the Saxons in the
That's
open.
the only thing that can fire is your artillery because they didn't move. So
Yep.
they're in range of these guys. They're not within canister, which is 2 base widths. So it's going to be long range for them. That's going to be rolling your ammo rating, which is 6.
So 6 dice.
And you need 6s.
Getting 1. So getting 1.
You got 1?
Yep.
So their Alana of 5 drops to 4.
The next unit is going to be the other artillery mass batteries. I think I'll do a counter battery against the Saxons just in front of the bridge.
Just in range. Okay, it's going to be your ammo rating, which is 6. And it's going to be halved because it's firing on enemy artillery. You're going to roll 3 dice. No, 6s.
I hope I get as lucky as you are. Yep, 1 6.
You got a 6? Did you get a 6, Vince?
Yes.
All right. Which means I retreat. You have nothing else to shoot at him, so it's only 1 hit for the turn, so he has to retreat. You can't go that way because it's the bridge. You're going to have to go into the water. Which actually does put me on the bridge. No, don't. Go this way. Gotta go around the bridge. And that's not slowed for difficult terrain, by the way. Okay.
So I guess that's pretty much it for my shooting phase.
Yeah,
Oh well,
that's
there's
it.
yeah, the cannons and the no, they can shoot. I think they move.
They moved, they can't shoot, and this gun here isn't a masked battery, so all its effect for the game is simply that it adds 1 dice to this unit it's attached to when they shoot.
Okay.
This model is here just as a reminder, so I kind of got him thrown there.
So I guess that's my whole turn.
Okay, close combat, there isn't any. Now it's going to go back to your status phase, which is where you'd roll for your reinforcements.
Now is it the third turn or the second turn?
Well, your rating is 4. If you roll a 1, that would be 4. So it isn't until turn 4 that you'll get any reinforcements. So no sense rolling.
Are we currently at 3? Do we count the player turns or a turn is 2? The 2 players playing.
Each player turn counts as 1 turn. So
Okay.
I went, you went. So we're now going into turn 3, which is my turn. Yeah, you're right. It would be 2 times whatever you roll on the dice. Let me check that. I think it's the player turn. This game really doesn't count two players' turns as one. It counts the actual player's turn as the current turn. So if you're moving second, that would be turn 2. Roll your dice, multiply by 2, which would be 2. You're not going to get your reinforcements yet if you roll a 1.
So it's actually only 15 turns each you're playing then?
Yep.
Which means potentially with a jammy dice roll of 1, Vince could get his reinforcements on his next turn, because it would be player turn 4. And his factor is 4.
Right. His next roll will be on turn 4. He has all the even turns. And
Yeah.
if you roll a 1, that would be a 4.
Yeah, so potentially your next turn could pull your cav in, Vince, if you're particularly jammy. Be lucky, son.
Well, I have my moments. Usually in games, my luck is below average, except that when I need a roll, I freaking got it every time. I'm a miracle maker.
Right up until you said that sentence.
Yep. That's known as jinxing yourself. See how this game's going to go now. I was always behind you, Curtis. I always thought the French were going to win.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
Yeah, the Russian general is currently drunk, so he doesn't know what he's doing now.
It's like saying anything but a 1, you know?
Oh, no, you never say.
No, you never say that.
Also, you never refer to rocket launchers as missile launchers, because that's miss in it.
And you never dare to utter the words of the dice gods, because they will fuck you over.
Oh, God. All right, my turn. Information phase, blah, blah. We're going to go right to activations. I'm going to start with this core activation over here with the infantry. I think I shuffled these. Let me do it again. Basically, I want my infantry to begin the advance. Get within long-range musketry fire of your cluster of Russian infantry trying to get in position. So we're going to strike while we can. Starting with this unit. Double check my distances. There's 5 units activating. I forgot something. I have Marshal Ney, which is actually part of this, but I'm not going to bring him down yet. Davout is part of the 2nd Corps, which is not even on the board. And yeah, that's it. So, yeah, I didn't forget.
So the pressure is high on my right flank. Not sure I like this whole situation.
I think I would just have pulled the whole lot back, to be honest. But
yeah, the problem is I forgot about his infantry, that infantry unit at the start of the deployment, because my strategy at first was that the right flank was supposed to go on to push forward on the flank of his advancing forces.
I see.
Like I said, the Kulzov is drunk as hell in this battle, so it's a bit of an oversight, but I should survive.
Oh, sorry, that's part of a different core. Whoops. Yeah, 2nd Corps activation was these Saxons here. That's it. This core will not activate. So I'm going to go right to my Cavalry Corps, which will activate as a group.
At least And not to worry about my that flank with the guards. Hopefully, I got lucky and my reinforcements come in early.
This unit individual activation. Get that battery back in order here. They're in difficult ground. I can only move one. Stuck. Itch. So my activations are done. Basically, I moved up this corps of infantry. I moved up a couple of brigades of Saxons closer to the cavalry, which pins me if I get any closer. But I did maneuver my cannon to try and get a bead on some of your Russians as well. And the cavalry moved up through the bogs. I did pump up a dragoon brigade as well to support the Saxons against your guards. And that's about it. My activation's ended, and it goes to shooting.
Is your artillery horse artillery?
No, it's all foot guns for both sides.
Okay, great.
No heavy guns, no horse artillery.
I was scared there for a bit.
Okay. Alright, right here, these guys moved, can't shoot. These Saxons moved, can't shoot. This gun can shoot. I will do that. I'm going to fire on your cavalry this time. Yeah, I'm going to shoot at the cavalry this time. It's going to be long range. It'll be my second firing. So let me mark this. I like to take little white dice and put them in front of the cannon, showing how many times they've fired. This will be their second firing, so I'll put a little 2 there. You probably can't see. My reminder. And I'm firing a cavalry. Second time firing means I roll 4 dice.
Curtis, I could be wrong as I've only seen this game played once, but I was pretty positive last time we played artillery shooting cavalry, it was halved as well.
That's musketry, not for artillery.
Right, okay.
That's why it's confusing, because it applies to the musketry. It's not backwards.
I just remembered it being halved for shooting for some reason, but fair enough.
Artillery penalties. There's 4 specific reasons to be penalized for artillery. Firing at a target that has cover, like in woods or buildings. Firing at a target that is concealed, which is flipped over when you're using the concealment rules. Firing at a target that is obstructed, which in the case of this ridge line, that is an obstruction.
Or counter battery.
Firing at an enemy artillery unit, counter battery. Well, those are the 4 cases where artillery is penalized.
Yeah, no worries. Like I said, I just had it in my head that it was halved at one point, but it must have been musketry, like you're saying.
Musketry, exactly. I get confused with that too. Alright, second time firing 4 dice. I need 6s.
You're firing the cavalry with Odin 5? Right.
With 4 dice, I need 6s. This one, with 5, Milan, is about to get hit with some cannonballs.
Ouch.
Yep, 2 hits. This drops to 3. It was a lucky roll. So Milan 3, Milan 3. Oh, thank heavens. Really useful. This artillery battery, masked battery moved, and All that's left is this Saxon line. They're going to open up on your grenadiers. We'll start here with this unit down to 4 Elan. They're going to target your grenadier unit moving up on you. So this is firing here.
Okay.
I have 4 Elan. I was hit by your guns earlier. I need 6s against you. 4 dice. Half because of long range. Check the range. Also known as volley firing. It's 1 base width away, which means it's volley firing. Short range, it's what it is, basically. So I use the full amount of dice. Long range would be halved. 1. Grenadiers took a hit, so their 7 drops down to 6 Elan. Tully's with that brigade. 2nd Saxon Brigade against this central grenadier unit moving up. Same exact thing, except I have 5 Elan when I fire. Again, I need 6s. And it is close range, which is called volley firing. It's a hit. So your nice big Elan of 7 drops to 6. Taking 1 hit. And finally, this 3rd Brigade of Infantry. Again, Elan 5, it rolls 5 dice. This, I think, is long range. It's long range. I'm going to fire at this central brigade as well. The one that was just hit in the last shooting. But it's long range regardless. It's going to be 5, half rounded up is 3 dice, needing 6s. Nothing. And that's the end of my shooting down here.
Yeah, so I did take a bit of damage, but nothing too severe.
Not too bad. Got to whittle your grenadiers down somehow. Try and even up the odds. Yeah. So that's the end of shooting. Goes to close combat. There is none. Goes to status. Shits and giggles. Roll my dice. D6 times the current turn, which is turn 3. 1 times 3 is 3. And this is turn 3.
And you need 5.
5, sorry. Where did I get 3 from? The turn? Yeah, I did. Yeah, so 5 times 1 is 5. It's not less than 3. So. All right, goes to your turn.
Right, so I guess first off is to see the reserves.
No, that's the end of the turn.
All right, it's at the end.
It's now turn 4. During the status phase of your turn, which is the end, it's the last thing you do. That's when you check for reinforcements.
Right, so
First thing is your information phase. That's where you reveal things that are concealed, or in our case, prevent them from reserve moving by revealing them. It's irrelevant here. So we're going to go right to your activations, the movement. Take your deck. It's all shuffled. It's good to go. Start with core activations, my friend.
okay, so I wonder which one I should do first.
Do your charge first.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So on the south, I'll do a core activation for my second guards. We'll just move forward and try to get in close combat with the Saxons.
Core activation. This brigade.
Yes.
How about your cavalry?
They will go forward too.
All right, so that's 3. This unit here, this other grenadier unit, can also activate. Yes or no?
Oh, they'll just move forward facing the cavalry. Can they do a prepare against a cavalry charge?
Yeah. I'm just asking if you want to activate them.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 units will be activated. All right, charging the contact. It's these guys against them. No worries. These guys against these guys. No worries. The cavalry is charging these guys.
Yes.
No worries. These guys are now. Do you want to prepare or do you want to move forward?
I'll move forward. Well, in that case, your cavalry could do a flank charge against my cavalry if I didn't move them forward.
What, these guys?
Yeah.
Well, they're in the woods. They can't even.
Okay, right.
You don't have to worry about them. It's going to take me another 2 turns just to get the hell out of there. If I could see you, I could charge and get out of the terrain immediately because you're not restricted when you charge. Your movement isn't reduced.
And
But I can't see you. That's the problem. I can't see you yet.
how about the guns? Can they fire on something right now?
That's during the shooting phase.
Well, I just want to see if they have line of sight. They have a target.
Nothing here because we got close combats. They can't shoot into close combat. But out of range of anything else. So either hold your position, wait this combat out, or move and get into a better position.
I would like to move them towards the river. Well, the direction is exactly towards the town.
Good. One, two, three, four, 5 units activated. Good.
That's divided by 2 by Titoli, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. So it's 3. Rounded up. Is it rounded up? I think it is.
Yeah.
Is it just
I
a
think
minimum
that's what
of
you told
2?
me.
Oh, whatever. It's got to round up in fractions.
My second core activation will be the unit of infantry on the far north. Yes, these guys.
Core activation. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 that can activate. What do you want to do? Move up to through the woods and get this battle line formed?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's the unit just before the guards, uh, just in front of the guards. That one in the wood. That's if it can shuffle to the left a bit.
This
Well,
way?
no, it's right. Yeah, to make room for the guards.
All right, it's going to be 1 base width. Keep your same facing. Plus, it's in difficult ground, so it's maxed at 1. Next.
And then the guards can move in between through the woods.
All right, that'll put you partially into the wood. You're maxed at 1 because you're moving through difficult ground.
And the other one in the middle, I wonder if I should pull back or.
Right now, if you don't move, you can fire at long range.
Well, if I do that, there's gonna be 2 units that's gonna fire on me. So.
Well, you have an elan of 6, plus 1 for being steadfast. When it comes to melee, you're okay. As far as shooting, you're going to shoot with 6 dice. If you want to drop back, feel free, but you are Russians. Hold your ground, my friend. It's up to you.
What is the ulan of your troops in front?
6, same as you.
Yeah, so you're gonna be dishing up 12 dice on me now.
Well, it's going to be halved for long range. So it's only 6 dice, but I have skirmish ability, which means I also hit on the first 5 I roll when they fire at long range. That's the only advantage. I'd basically roll with 2 units, 6 dice, hitting on 6s, and the first 5 that's rolled by each unit.
But I still have my 6 dice.
If you shoot, you have 6 dice, which will be halved for long range, so you only have 3. Vince, you're getting picky. Hold your ground, my friend. Do it.
I think I'm gonna retreat them.
Oh, God. All right. All right, we'll pull back, try and line up with the others. I'll put you back to about there. 1 base width move because it's a difficult move, unless you want to face that way. I don't think you do. As far as you get.
Anyways, you can't move and fire, so we're all right.
All right, so you're out of musketry range. That's all that matters, right?
That's a good thing. And the other unit on the hill is just gonna pivot facing the
What?
the unit on the hill is just gonna face, I think it can move a bit between the guns and the other unit of infantry.
This gap is too small. You can't get through there in one go.
Well, at least I can squish the most I can between the two, right?
Not really. You're just going to turn.
I guess that's better than nothing.
All right, that's 4. Still core activations. You got any core on the board of 2 or more units, go ahead and activate them.
So I'm gonna do a core activation from for the central unit. Not the central core. There's the cavalry unit with land 3, I think, is part of the core. Yeah, this one. I was thinking of pulling back a bit. If I retreat, how many base length can I move?
They have a max movement of 4, but you have to end facing the direction you move. If you move half of that distance, you can face any direction you want. It's called a difficult maneuver.
And if I move 2 behind, can the cannons still fire in my cavalry?
It's the only other cannon you got.
Well, your guns, can they fire my cavalry if they retreat?
Probably not. Let's see. That's the maximum range right there, so you could retreat 2 base widths and be out of range.
Yeah, so I'm gonna retreat them 2 base widths. Facing, of course, the infantry.
Alright, so you want a difficult maneuver. Just move 2.
So that is it for that core. Just 1.
Right, you have to activate at least 2, or it's an individual activation.
Yeah, right.
So do you want to just skip the core activation and go to individual activations now? You can't go back.
In fact, the units between, just beside the cavalry that just moved is gonna move forward a bit.
All right, I just have a couple questions.
Okay.
Now, we're still in core activation when he did something. He pulled back, he retreated. Now, is he part of this unit's, this core?
Yeah, he is.
All right.
The
So
other one is part of the core that's in reserve, so they.
All right, gotcha. So now you want to activate this infantry unit as a core activation as well?
It's gonna be the other one on the other side. Sorry,
This one?
on the other side of the cannons. at the left. Yeah, just gonna move forward.
Right, that can't be. All right, Vince, if you want this to activate as part of a core activation, you have to activate all these other units in the middle as well, because they have to be within one base width of a member of their core to activate together.
Okay, right.
You can do that. You can activate a core, or a unit, sorry, and not do anything with them. He just activates so that this unit can activate as a core as well. He doesn't have to do anything. Like, he doesn't have to move. He can still shoot and stuff, if he doesn't move. But the point of this, if you only wanted to move this unit and this unit, you'd have to activate these two in the middle in order to do that and still get a core activation out of this. So you'd be activating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units together. The only ones to move would be the cavalry and this unit on the end. That's how it would have to be done.
So yeah, no, they're just gonna be the cavalry retreat is just gonna be an individual activation.
All right, then you can't make any more core activations.
Yeah.
You're done. You can't see once you finish your core activations, you can't go back to them during your turn. You go right into individual activations, and that's it. You can't go back to activating cores. You do all the cores first. Core activations are done first. Follow?
So that is two. That is two cards.
Guards. The guards are up here.
No, that is two cards for their activation.
Oh, I didn't pull them yet? There should be 1, 2, 3, 4. And the cavalry was 1. I'm confused now. Did I move these guys into contact? Yeah, I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Made into a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the cavalry pulled back. That's going to be individual activation, did you say, for the cavalry retreating?
Great. So the other cavalry unit is gonna do the same thing as the first one.
Gotcha.
Two cards again. No joker. So what next? I don't think there's much to do, honestly. But I could single activate the unit I wanted to move. Yeah, the infantry unit at the left of the gun at the gates.
This one or this one?
The other one at the left, at the south, sorry.
All right.
Just move up a bit. Like yeah, move at least a base length forward. There it is.
All right, now you go to your shooting. You can fire all your cannon. You got this one on the hill, this one at the gates, and this cannon moved. So that's it. I don't think anything's in musket's range.
No, it shouldn't be.
No. So that's it.
So it's gonna be the gun on the hill.
All right, who do you want to shoot at?
Am I in art to shoot one of the infantry in front of, at the north? Yep.
Yeah.
Am I
Long
in
range.
canister range or short range?
Long range.
No. So that's gonna be all my dice or half?
That's going to be all your dice. You're not halved for long range.
Okay.
Cannons aren't halved. So you're going to roll. This will be your first bombardment, so you're rolling 6 dice. You need 6s.
I'll reroll 1 dice. I don't have 6 dice with me. Got nothing. And the battery at the gates will fire on the Saxons beside the roads, advancing towards them.
Okay, long range. You're going to roll your full number of dice, which in this case is your. Got this wrong. This will be your second shot, I believe. So you're rolling 5 dice.
Nothing again.
And musketry range, nothing. So that's it for shooting. We go right to close combat. And the only thing fighting is over here. We'll start at the top with the Toldi's brigade against the Saxons. And we'll work our way west.
Great.
All right, my Elan is 4. So I'm going to be rolling 4 dice. And no other modifiers are involved here for me. I'll roll my dice. I need 4s. Anything above a 4 or above is success. That's all. You have an Elan of 6, plus 1 for shock. So you get 7 dice, no other modifiers. Roll 7 dice, you need 4 pluses. You have to get at least 5 successes to beat me. 4 plus.
I get 3 successes.
I'm the defender. I won this, so I only take 1 Elan loss, and I hold my ground. So my Elan drops from 4 to 3. We're holding our ground against the Grenadiers. You failed. You take 2 Elan loss because you're an attacker and you failed. You were beaten. So you take 2 Elan loss, puts you down to 4, and you have to retreat. Sorry, Vince, which is 2 base widths straight back. You end facing the Saxons, so it's not all too devastating. I can't advance because I'm the passive player. And next unit. The defender is me. I have Elan of 5. I'm going to be rolling 5 dice. No other modifiers. I need 4s to get success. I got 2 successes. Now you have to roll greater than 2. You have to get at least 3 successes to win this. You are going to be rolling a current Elan of 6 plus 1 for shock. You have 7 dice in all. 4 pluses, my friend.
Ah, Christ. 1.
You get 1 success.
Yeah, I got 1.
Same thing, you lose. You take 2 Elan loss, dropping you down to 4 Elan.
This is not going well for the Russians.
And you have to retreat, facing the enemy. I take 1 Elan loss, and I hold my ground. So my 5 becomes 4. So, yeah, that is kind of a surprise. Finally, Cuirassier, or your guard Cossacks, sorry, charged into the Saxons. I have an Elan of 5, minus 1 because I'm fighting cavalry. That's the conscript special rule. So I have 4 dice. In addition, I have to re-roll my dice because I'm fighting against cavalry. All infantry have to re-roll their dice, all their successes, I should say, against cavalry, unless they're prepared, which I am not. 4 pluses. I get 3 successes, which have to be re-rolled because I'm fighting the cavalry. And I got 1 success. You have to beat 1 success, Vince. You have Elan of 7, plus you have shock, so it's 8 dice.
So I got 6 dice. I'm gonna be re-rolling 2 of them. I need 4 plus.
4 plus.
So that's 3 so far, plus 2. So that's a total of 5.
5 successes against my 1. You are victorious. Defender, me, I take Elan loss equal to the difference between our rolls, or successes. You had 5, I had 1, the difference is 4. I take Elan loss of 4. So my Elan of 5 drops down to 1. I am now fatigued and crippled and basically useless. And I have to retreat. No, I'm sorry, I don't retreat. Cavalry always retreats against infantry, whether they won or lost. So I basically hold my ground, take a massive amount of casualties, basically made useless, while your cavalry takes 1 Elan loss, making you Elan 6, and you have to retreat. Bounce off, which is 2 base widths straight back facing the enemy.
That's what I call Mongolian style, baby.
There you go. Cossacks. And that's the result of that. So, looking at that little close combat there, even though your grenadiers kind of mediocred out, forced back by the conscript Saxons, your cavalry did quite substantially well, almost destroying this unit of Saxons. Now you're following up with some grenadiers on their flank. So this unit is almost destroyed. You want to destroy it before I retire it. And what retiring is, if I'm beyond 2 base widths from an enemy unit, I can retire. As long as I could trace a nice line of movement off a friendly base edge, which is here. Now I can't retire yet because I'm within 2 base widths of an enemy. So I can't do that. So you want to finish him off before I retire. That way it'll count towards my break point. Yeah, that's the end of that. Very good, Vince. Very good. Still got a little cluster going on over here. It's not the best position to be in for the Russians. But you do have some success over here. Yeah. And that's it. Goes to the status phase. This is where you roll for your reinforcements. This is turn 4.
Yep, yeah, it is.
So you roll your d6, multiply it by
4. You're looking at what?
That's a nice
Yeah.
20, so
Oh,
at this turn.
Alright, so that's that. Now it goes to the next turn then. Which is turn 5. That's me. What do you think, Vince? What's going on?
Sorry?
What do you think so far?
Well, I'm a bit confused now. The balance is turning against the Russians for now, but I think I'm gonna hold on a bit. I think I'm overestimating the assaults that you have at the north. I guess maybe I don't know yet. Central flank looks pretty clear to me. I mean, there's not much charging on, so it's just my 2 flanks that are crippling a bit. But we'll see. I don't even know if your assault will be successful.
We will play for another 40 minutes, and then we'll put this on hold till tomorrow. Does that sound good?
I'm done for the night, guys, so I'll need to catch the last 40 minutes. So.
Yeah, Jamie, it's getting late for you guys. I know it is. When's it, 2 o'clock?
20 past 1.
There you go.
20 past 1, but again, I'm off this week, so it's cool. I managed to get all the flesh colours painted in and things while I've been watching you, so
That's good.
productive and enjoyable listening. Enjoy, and I'll see you another time.
All right, take care, Jamie.
Good night.
Take her easy.
See ya.
All right, anyway, it goes back to the French turn. All right, yeah, I'm going to activate this corps of infantry. I'm not going to bring Ney in that yet, and just get myself in range here. I want to get within short range, so I'm just going to activate him moving forward a little bit. Activate him and get him in range. Activate him and yeah, I'm gonna. No, I'm not gonna move him. This unit will activate forward. This unit will hold position. So I made 3 unit activations there. So that's 3 cards. No joke. Activate my Saxons. Two activations as a core. Activate my cavalry corps, at least this part of it over here. Advance both of these brigades of light cavalry forward. Full distance of 4. They're not reserve moving. They are now revealed fully. So both move up. Each has 5 and 4 elan apiece. 2 more. And over here, I'm going to activate this Saxon corps, the infantry portion of it. I want this unit to pull back, and this unit at the same time, as part of the same activation, to advance. So we can switch places here. The other 2 units of the corps, Saxon infantry, retreated 2, so I should have range on you. I should just hold my position and fire, which I'll try and do. So it's basically 2 units are activating. Him and him. It's a core activation. This unit falls back 2. Facing the other way. The other unit at the same time. You can do this because you're activating at the same time. You can end on top of another unit. As long as they're activating together as a core activation, they can end on top of each other. As long as the unit being stacked moves out of there. So they're no longer stacked at the end of the activation. So in other words, everything's going on at the same time. That's how that works. So he moved forward. He moved back. That's 2. No joker. These 2 units didn't do anything. 1 more core activation will be with the cavalry. At least these 3 units, as part of the cavalry corps, will continue moving out of this woods. I can't see you, so I'm going to move so I can finally see you. That lead unit of Cuirassier. I think they Cuirassier. Dragoons. This unit in the middle still cannot see anybody. This unit and this unit can see the grenadiers ahead of them. And we'll be able to charge a full 4 base widths out of that woods in the next turn. Keep that in mind, Vince. So that cost me 3. Good. And let's see. I think that's the end of my core activations for now. Yeah, we'll go to individual activations. Let me see what I could do. The cannon stays. Cannon stays. Units stay. Dragoons stay. Actually, I'll activate my dragoons. Get on the flank of the Saxons here. We can move 4. The goal here is to get your cannon in line of sight. Hopefully a good sound thrashing.
That will be intense.
That's an individual activation, which cost me 2 immediately. And I got 4 cards left. Yeah, I'm going to hold off. That's it. I'm going to write the shooting. So, yeah. The second to last card.
That won't happen. We'll need it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Shooting. I don't have anything here to shoot with. They move. This cannon can fire counter battery against your battery on the crest line. My dice will be halved, unfortunately. Kind of hesitant to shoot because of that. But if I force you back, you're just going to have to retreat through all this mess. That would be nice. Because I can see a potential problem with those guns developing here. So I'm going to try some counter battery fire to start the shooting off. Long range. My dice will be halved because you're obstructed because of the crest line. So this will be my 3rd firing. So I have 4 dice, I believe.
Hopefully you don't roll any 6s. I really need that gun right now.
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I got 4 dice for my 3rd firing. So 4 dice. I need 6s. It's halved, so I only got 2 dice. I need 6s. Again, for people watching this, when I'm penalized for a lot of reasons here. 1 is it's counter battery fire. 2 is it's an obstructed target. But you only apply the penalty once. And penalties in shooting is always half your dice. So in this case, my 4 dice is half to 2. Even though multiple penalties can be envisioned here, only 1 is applied for effect. No. Nothing.
Hey! Victory for the Russians!
Oh, quiet. Quiet.
Hoorah!
French Canadian.
I think you're kicking off too soon there, Vince. Hold your horses, son.
Yeah, I'm just.
This Saxon battery will fire its 2nd bombardment. We're going to fire on this unit of infantry who seems to be excited about getting close to the guns.
Yeah, it's led by Ivan. He's a
Long
crazy
range.
Ivan.
Long range, 2nd firing, so it's 4 dice, needing 6s. I get my full dice here, no penalties. It's 1 hit. So your 6 Elan drops down to 5. That'll suit you just right. And let's see, muskets. Maximum range 2, known as skirmish range. This unit just retreated. It'll fire on them. It's going to be long range. My Elan is 3. halved, rounded up because of skirmish range, long range. So it becomes 2. 2 dice needing 6s. Nothing. This central unit of Saxons will also fire on its previous close combat opponent, these Grenadiers, and long range once again. I have an elan of 4, halved for long range, again, skirmish range. Means I only roll 2 dice, and I need 6s. Nothing. And this unit moved. This unit moved. This unit can't shoot anyway. Cavalry can't shoot. And that is it. Close combats. There is none from my side of the fence. And what that means is we go to my status phase. This is where I check for reinforcements, which is basically turn 5.
And hopefully they don't come in, because or else I'll be fucked.
This is it. I roll a d6 and add my factor, which is 5. So I need a 1 here. If I get it, my reserves will be coming on board, and I'll have to look up a bunch of rules. 6.
Not even close.
6 times 5 is 30? No. They don't come in. All right, that's the end of status, and it's going to go to the Russians, which is Vince with Kutuzov. Now, Vince, I'm going to fill you in on something.
Right?
Something I don't think I told you about. I kind of hold it off on this, but there's a third way to activate units in Blucher, and it's always the last way you activate units in Blucher. You start off with core activations, you follow that up with individual unit activations. Well, after that, there's a final way you can do it. And once you use this technique, your turn ends immediately afterwards. So you don't pay any momentum costs. You just do what you do, activate units, and your turn is over. This is called the command activation. Basically, what you do is you take the general for your army, in this case Kutuzov, you put him on the board anywhere you want, and attach him. I think you attach him. Yeah, you attach him to any units in your army. And any unit within 4 base widths, I believe it's 4 base widths, I'll look it up if you want to do this, regardless of what corps they're from, or whether they're not attached to corps like your artillery, they can activate together at one time. And there is no momentum point cost for this. You just activate anything within his range, and they can all activate at that time. And that is, but the penalty is it ends your turn.
So that could be useful.
It could be useful. You don't pay any momentum for it, but it does end your activations for the turn. So keep that in mind. But we're going to go right into activations now. So start off with your activations. Core activations are first.
Well, first off, I'll start with the Grenadiers at the south. And, oh god, what do I do now?
Well, you can. Each one of these has 4 elan left. Here and here. This cavalry has 6. And this unit down here of infantry, Grenadiers, they have full elan of 7. So they're fresh. Cavalry's coming up straight away. You can see them, they can see you. They're going to make contact next turn if they want to. They're also flanked by these Saxons, which are fresh as well. The one thing, Vince, I will point out is this unit of Saxons cannot charge you, cannot make any charges, simply because your
Cavalry, yeah.
Cossacks are within 2 base widths of them. That's not good. They don't like cavalry. I mean, they're shitting themselves right now. Pardon the French.
Can my units fire on the Saxons?
Yeah. If you're 2 base widths away, which this grenadier unit is, so is this grenadier unit, so is this one. They're all within long range, again, skirmish range, of the Saxon infantry.
And can my gun fire on the unit that was crippled by the cavalry?
This unit is well out of sight. It's withdrawing.
Okay.
Nobody can see. You can't see through gaps that are less than 1 base width apart. You can't shoot. You can't see through those gaps. They have to be at least 1 base width wide.
So what I'll do is cavalry will charge on the fresh unit of conscripts.
This one?
Yep.
All right, now is this a core activation?
What do I have other core activations to make?
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to that. Now this is a core down here, right?
Yep.
This is a core up here. Artillery massed batteries are separate, so they don't count. Which kind of screwing up your deployment here. You got this cannon breaking up your units that are in this core, causing grief. But yeah, you'll work it out, Vince.
Anyway, these troops are supposed to be defensive, so. So yeah, the cavalry will be as a part of the core activation. So the cavalry will move forward in contact, and the unit at the left of the cavalry will prepare for cavalry.
All right, I'll mark that with a little yellow marker. They are now prepared. You can still shoot with them, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Going prepared does not count as movement, but you can't move if you do it. But it doesn't prevent you from shooting like movement does. All right, that's 2 activations. You want to keep activating units? Both of these units, well, at least one of them. I think he might be too far away. Yeah, he is. But
Yeah.
this unit can also activate as a core activation.
Since they can fire on the Saxons, I won't move any more units.
All right, so that's 2 activations.
And then to go back in at the south.
This is the south,
Oh wait, the north then.
the north.
Should I pull back? Or...
Now, your Russians are within long range, at least this one unit. The other 2 units are in this
Yeah,
woods, so they cannot shoot out of it because their front edge is actually at least partially or fully in the woods. That prevents you from seeing out of it for shooting. But this unit here can shoot.
what I will do is the 2 units in the wood will just go forward as a core activation.
Gotcha?
They'll move forward as much as they can.
A little bit slow going. He's going to stay in place and fire. All right, what about this unit here? He's kind of getting back there. He's not going to be able to move forward. It's just too crowded. He can't do it in one go. My advice for him is either pull him behind these guys, behind this unit, this gap, or remain in place, be reserve, or turn to their left and face these Saxons coming up toward the hill.
That's exactly what I want to do, is to face the Saxons.
That counts as an activation and movement. So you can't shoot, but you are in a position to see the Saxons coming forward. Hopefully your muskets will be leveled and ready to take them out. That is a total of 1, 2, 3, but you'd have to activate this unit, even though he didn't move, in order to activate this unit as a core activation. So this will cost you 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. So here's your 4 cards. No joker, you're good.
Okay, so what next?
Your guns are good, assuming you want to fire with them. If you move them in any way, shape, or form, they won't be able to fire this turn. They
Yeah, I
do have a
know.
bead. They do have a bead on this unit, as well as these Saxons and this artillery. They don't have a bead on these units over here. Just
It's
to
okay.
let you know.
The infantry will take care of them. Can the cavalry advance on the Saxon infantry?
They can. You can charge if you want.
That's what I want to do.
One on each.
Yep. Well, attempt. Yeah. I don't know if a joker will pull out, but
Simple enough. You are disadvantaged, but you're catching me unprepared, which means I have to re-roll any successes that I make.
yeah, at that point, I know the cavalry is too beaten up to do anything good, so I'm just gonna.
Now wait a minute. They're not part of the same
Yeah.
core, right?
Yeah.
So
So you have the first
all right,
one.
that's going to be 4 momentum. It's going to cost you, and you're done with core activations. So you're in individual activations now.
I don't think I have anything else.
That's what I thought. You got this unit getting shot at by the Saxon
Yeah.
artillery.
There's this unit I want to move forward.
This
Or
one?
if they fall back, can the artillery still fire on them?
Range is 8, and I'll show you what that looks like. Yeah.
So yeah, no, they're gonna go forward, following going straight for the Saxons battery.
That cost you 2.
That'll be it for that unit. Still no Joker, or
No joker.
it's a shame. I don't even need it. Well, there is the infantry unit between the village and the hill with the cannons. I want to advance a bit. Yep. Just advance a base with.
Joker.
So I guess it's a shooting phase.
Goes right to the shooting phase. You have this unit and this battery that can open up.
We'll start with the infantry unit that will fire with their muskets at. Can they fire at the other one beside him? Yeah, that one.
Yes.
So I'll fire at that one.
Long range. So your Elan is 6. You're going to half that for long range. Skirmish fire. So 3 dice. Needing 6s.
1.
1 hit. I think I'm out of dice pods. Gonna make some more dice pods.
And the artillery unit will fire on the other infantry unit at the right of the unit that just got shot. Yeah, this one.
Alright, this will be your second bombardment. It is long range. You're going to roll 5 dice,
Needing sixes.
needing 6s.
Getting none.
Huh?
Getting none.
None?
So I have a cannon unit that's gonna fire on one of the cavalry units at the road.
Long range? You're going to
Yeah, I guess.
roll, this will
4
be your
dice.
third, this will be your third shot. You're rolling 5.
Getting nothing again.
Okay. This cannon here did not move. You can fire with him.
Hmm.
There is nothing eligible to be shot at, so that's that.
It's facing to the river. Yeah. Oh shit.
You do have your grenadiers who can fire at long range. Both of these units.
Yeah. So
Not move. This unit too can also fire.
yeah,
Actually,
they will.
they're in melee here. No target.
No, they're fire at the cavalry anyways.
Yeah, you do have range. Well, let's start up here.
Yep. So they shoot at the unit in front of them.
Right. Elan 4 at long range, so it's 2 dice needing 6s.
Gaining nothing. The unit beside it at the other unit in front.
Elan 4, halved at long range, 2 dice.
Nothing again.
This unit, they can shoot at this cavalry unit right here, long range. You're going to be penalized for a couple reasons, but only one applies. So half your dice, you have an Elan of 7. Rounded up, you're going to have 4 dice. 4 dice.
And nothing again.
Got it. All right. Okay. Close combats. We have some resolutions to resolve. We'll start here on my left. I'll start with the defender. I have an Elan of 5, -1 against enemy cavalry because we're conscripts, so it's 4 dice. And I have to re-roll any successes because I'm fighting cavalry. 4 dice. And I got 1, 2 successes. Let me roll this 1 because it fell out of the box. 3 successes. All have to be re-rolled. And it's 1 success. Let me re-roll this because it fell out. Jesus. No success. I got 1 success. You have to get 2 or greater successes.
With 5 dice.
You have an Elan of 3.
Oh, so 4 dice.
And that's it. Frontal attack, 3.
I don't have shock or anything here, right?
No.
They're not guards, so that's right. So 2 successes.
2 successes beats me by 1. Let's see what happens here. All right. I lost. I'm the defender. I take the difference between the results, which is 1. So my 5 becomes 4 Elan. And I have to retreat. Oh, no, I don't. I never retreat against cavalry. We'll go to you. You 1. You take 1 fatigue automatically, so your 3 becomes 2. And you have to retreat because you're fighting infantry. So we'll put you back 2, and you're facing the enemy. And next combat, same thing. My Elan is 5. I have to reroll successes. I subtract 1 for being conscript against cavalry. So 4 dice, rerolling successes. Success being a 4 plus. And count that as a failure. So 1 success. which I will re-roll. No successes. None.
That won't be too hard to beat.
You have 3 dice. You need 4 pluses.
Got nothing.
So it's a tie. That means the defender wins. Both sides will end up taking 1 Elan fatigue. Where's my dice? So my 5 becomes 4. We'll hold our ground. Your 3 becomes... actually, you take 2 Elan loss because you were beaten by a tie. So you're down to 1. This unit is spent, fatigued, can no longer charge the enemy. It has to retreat. So
Yeah,
you
that
didn't
point
fare
I-
too well in that one.
So let's see. It was so easy to beat. I just needed 1 success.
But you didn't get it.
I guess that's what happens when your troops are. Well, the Russians, I mean.
We do have one down here. Guard Cossacks are assaulting the Saxons, the infantry. Let me do my defense roll first. I have an Elan of 5. Oh. I'm conscript against cavalry, so I subtract 1 dice. 4 dice. I have to re-roll my successes once again because I'm fighting cavalry. I'm not prepared. I got 3 successes. Re-roll them. Let me re-roll this. It's cocked. That's 2 successes and 3 successes. That's wonderful.
Ouch.
And you have an Elan of 6, plus 1 for shock. You did charge. 7 dice.
So that's 5 successes.
That beats me by 2. Alright, you are successful. Defender, me, takes the difference, which is 2. So my 5 becomes 3 Elan. Does not break me. Now, you take 1 Elan loss because you won. You always have to take at least 1. So you drop from 6 to 5, and then you have to retreat because you are cavalry. So you really beat the crap out of me there. Put you back 2, facing the enemy. Ready for another go. And yeah, that hurt the Saxons.
Hopefully the line will break.
We shall see. They don't really have a reserve, do they? They're just bringing up their cavalry on the wing here. And that is the end of the close combats. Status. Now this is turn 5 or 6. So you have to roll a 6 or less. Well, you have to score 6 or less. D6 times 4.
2. That ain't enough.
Nope, that's an 8, which is not equal or less than the current turn, which is 6.
Close enough, close enough.
Yes, okay, we'll play one more turn and it'll be mine. We'll take care of that. We'll upload this and finish the battle tomorrow.
Just to know, when do you want to finish the battle tomorrow?
Wait, are you available tomorrow?
Depends. Half of the day I'm with someone and the other half I'm okay.
You gotta stop being with someone. What's the matter with you?
Nah, I guess I'm a social being.
You can't be that way.
I'm way too social.
Us war gamers are not social beings. Come on.
I got friends, you know.
I'll let you know. I have to think about it because I got some school to do, but I should be available. Probably in the afternoon. I mean, it's not like a lot of work. It's just playing the game. All right, I'll go through my turn right here. We'll go right to activations. I'm going to start with this group right here. I'm going to bring Nay in at the very beginning of this. We'll find Nay. Energetic fellow. It's not my Nay, but he'll work. Yeah, I'm going to put him with this unit that's taking some damage. Now his special ability is he's a hero, which means if I activate this unit that he's with, that unit can attempt to rally. And with Nay, it's basically a 4+ roll. If I get it, this unit gets a elan back. It also puts me at risk if there's enemy within 2 base widths of this unit. I have to roll a d6. If I roll a 6, I'm wounded and taken out of the battle. So I brought him into the battle, which is always done at the beginning, the activation phase. So now I start activating. Let's see. Let me check the range on my muskets here. Yeah, but long range to your troops there. There is a ridge line that extends this way. I can't see over it. This ridge line goes like this. Now, this unit cannot see this unit. Nor can I see your... I can see them. They're on the ridge. See your artillery. All right, I'm going to activate this group. I want these 2 units to activate as a core activation in advance. I'm going to start getting up this hill. I'm not too eager to face the prospect of canister, but you shall see. So that's 2 units activated. What the hell's this?
Okay,
No.
so sorry to interrupt, but do you think tomorrow we can play the game at 1 p.m.?
Yeah, I could set aside time for it. Sure.
I'll have till 4, so I think we'll be good.
All right, I'm going to activate this core right here. These infantry are both going to prepare. I'll mark them with little yellow markers to show you that they are now prepared. And that was 2 for activation. This cavalry unit can see your infantry. I don't know if I'm in range. I'm not. Can't see these guys, so I can't charge them. So I'm just going to activate these guys as a core activation. Put them ever so gently forward. Except this guy's going way out on a limb. Distraction for you. So that's 2 more. The rest of the cavalry corps is down here, and I will activate them. It's a core activation. Yeah. This unit of cuirassiers is going to haul ass through this difficult ground and get to this position here in the open. So with this unit up beside him, we are now out of the woods. This unit of dragoons charge our cuirassier, which I can see. It's through this little gap. It's big enough I can see them. So this unit will move its full distance to make contact with your cuirassier, which basically looks like this. And that's 3. I'm still good. The Saxon infantry will hold position. So that's the end of my core activations. Individually, I want to activate this unit here that is fatigued, the Saxon Brigade. He's not within 2 base widths of an enemy. He's going to retire from the battlefield. So I'll pick him up and leave. Basically went like this. So he's gone. He doesn't count towards my breakpoint. That was 2. And now I'm going to activate Ney, the unit he's with, to attempt to rally. This unit he's with has 5 Elan. I want to get it back up to full 6. Can you do that? I think the only time you can't rally is if you've got a fatigue of 1 or an Elan of 1. You just can't exceed your original Elan. Yeah. So he needs a 4+ to pull this off. He gets a 5. So I'm back to full strength. But I'm within 2 base widths of the enemy. So go ahead, Vince, roll a d6, and if it comes up a 6, you've wounded Ney.
God damn it.
Just 1 dice, Vince.
No, sorry, just keep falling over. It was cocked. Yeah.
Yeah, uh-huh.
5.
All right, I'm safe. He stays on the table. Yeah, so that was 2 more. And I'm still good. What the hell I got left? All right, I'm going to charge my dragoons into your battery of guns. Hopefully from the flank. I don't think I can hit the flank. It's just not going to... Because if I went like that, I would no longer be crossing your footprint, so it wouldn't be a flank attack. Wait a minute. Yeah, no flank attack. I'm not going to go into the rules details, but yeah. And that cost me 2. God, I'm still good. Yeah, I don't want to really do anything more. So, Joker was the last card. It's not good. You.
Yeah, so far we keep getting those nice decks.
Yeah, so far, not
Probably
bad.
blow up in our faces at the end of the game, though.
Yeah. This is turn 7, by the way. It'd be nice to end this turn with some French reinforcements coming on. We'll do that tomorrow. I will make the roll. All right, anyway, let's go to shooting. We'll start up here. This unit will fire. It has a line of 6. It's going to fire on this central unit of Russian infantry. I'm going to roll my full line of 6. It's halved for long range. However, I have a special ability called Skirmish. French are good at this. Skirmishers, baby. It means I not only hit on 6s, but I hit on the first 5 I roll as well. So I need 5s and 6s. 5. That means you take a hit. So your Elan of 6 drops to 5. This unit right here. Next, this unit activated. It was rallying, can't shoot, I believe. Yeah. This unit moved, cannot shoot. Cavalry does not shoot. These guys prepared, they can shoot. If there's somebody within range. No. Yeah, this unit here is in range of this cavalry unit. Not this one, but this one. So he's going to roll his Elan of 4 at long range. It's 2 dice. It's halved also because they're cavalry, but it doesn't matter. I need 6s. I'll re-roll this, so it's cocked. 1. Nothing. Artillery cannot target anyone. Can't see.
Well, that's a good thing.
I crowded myself there. Let's go down this area. I have this battery of guns. It's going to be its third shot. I'm going to fire on this advancing Russian unit straight ahead of me. I'm going to roll 4 dice for my third shot. I need 6s. 1, 2. 2 hits. So your Russians got dropped from 5 to 3. Milan. Good.
That's really not good.
No. No. Not good at all. My third shot? Yeah. Next. Down here, the Saxon infantry will fire on those Russians. Russian infantry. Range is long range. I have a line 3. It's halved for long range. Rounded up. It is 2 dice. I need 6s. This unit here. No. This unit against this unit. 6s. Or no. Wait a minute. Line 4 halved is 2. Yeah. 2 dice need 6s. No. God.
Good.
This unit is a line 3. Half rounded up, will be 2 dice. It's I can't shoot at anybody. Shit. Yeah, I can. No, I can't. No. Nothing to shoot at. As long as you're within my arc, which you are, that will be 2 dice on this
Yeah,
unit.
they should be good.
They're good. Nothing. Alright, shooting is over. We're going to go to the close combats, my friend. Boy, we're getting cluttered here. We've got my dragoons right here charging your guns. It's frontally. Now you're going to roll your ammo. This unit has yet to fire. So it basically rolls all of its dice, which is 6. You need 4s.
So that's 5 successes.
Ouch. Yeah, this was suicide. My dragoons have 6 on, plus 1 for shock.
So, from what I can understand, I just shot my canister shot at your face. That's right.
Yes, you're going to subtract 1 from your ammo for this. If you survive.
Yeah, if you survive.
How many? What do I have to beat? 5? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Gotcha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I didn't get you. I tied you, which means you win. Defenders always win ties. So,
For a bit.
let's do your losses first. Basically, you lose 1 ammo. I didn't destroy you. You would be destroyed if I doubled you in successes. I didn't. You would otherwise retreat if I beat you in the combat. I didn't. So you won that. The effect on your cannon is that you lost. You lose 1 from your ammo. So you're 6.
Well, that was worth it.
Yeah, you lost 1 ammo. And my effect is I took 1 casualty, 2 actually, because I was the attacker and failed. And I have to retreat. So my alarm drops to 4, and I have to retreat.
That was surprisingly good.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I didn't expect artillery to have that much attacks against cavalry.
Well, you had your full ammo. That was something I forgot. That was my mistake. I mean, looking at it, you'd be rolling 6 dice and no rerolls. If I had you on flank, you'd have to make rerolls. I should have went for that, but I didn't. Right? It's basically charged a fresh battery, a massed battery of guns frontally.
At some point, we'll have to tell you about the charge of the Light Brigade, Curtis. It may give you some hints for future.
That's right. I heard so much about that. I'm so excited. Oh my God! Good stuff. Good stuff. More. We got this one right here. Same thing. We got dragoons charging your cuirassier. My guys are fresh, so I'm going to have Elan 6 +1 for shock. 7 dice. You're going to be rolling your current Elan, which is 5. You have no modifiers to that. So 5 dice, 4 pluses.
That's one success.
1 success.
Unfortunately, yeah.
All right. I'm going to re-roll this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if we get one more. 6. So it's 6 successes against your. Did you say 1 or none?
1.
Right. You're the defender. Your losses are equal to the difference in successes, which is 4 points. Your
Shit is pretty bad.
your cuirassier lost 4, and their current 5. They're down to 1. They are now useless. They are fatigued, can no longer charge and engage aggressively against the enemy. Finished.
So yeah, they're withdrawing, that's for sure.
And now you have to retreat 2, facing away from the enemy. And I take 1 lawn loss, so my 6 becomes 5, and I can advance. Just can't contact any fresh enemy, or anyone for that matter. I will do that by moving just outside of contact with this Grenadier Infantry Brigade. So they're not in contact. They're very close. Yeah, that's it for close combat. So there we go, Vince. I'm going to roll my reinforcements.
Hopefully you don't get too lucky.
It'll be a nice end note for the night. What is it, turn 8 or 7? It's turn 7. So, I have to get a 7 or less. D6 times 5. 5. 5 times 5 is 25. No.
Not the one you were looking for.
I would have got a 5. I would have got it. I would have got it. You get under 7, right? You're confusing me. Damn it, get my hopes up and everything, and nah.
Next
It's
time.
me next turn.
Yeah.
It's either 1 or 2, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty excited about that. I guess we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, let's take one little look at this, see where we're sitting. So, looks like the French infantry are making a grand assault on the flank of this hill position, led by Ney. He's right there in the front lines, proving quite useful and effective. The Russians, on the other hand, are taking a little bit of losses, but I think their greatest loss over here is that they're getting all confused and muddled together and can't really put up a nice defense.
Like I said, Korosov is drunk as hell.
Yeah, you got to think of this, Vince. If these 2 units, by the time they get forward and out of the woods, the French are going to be back here. If they break through, we'll see. Anyway, down here it's more interesting. The cavalry units are pretty much spent. One is fatigued and has to withdraw from the battlefield. Supported with some infantry here. I don't know. Ahead of them, we got some Saxons who are in pretty good shape. They're at 4 elan each and in prepared positions against your cavalry, so they're not afraid of you. And they're supported by some light cavalry as well in each of their flanks. So, interesting development here. I'll be curious to see how this pans out. I think the Saxons actually have an edge here. Yeah, I think this is looking good for the French. They still have a reserve, by the way, down here, if you can see that. You see that? They still have a grenadier brigade and a cavalry brigade, hussars, in reserve. Haven't moved yet. This side of the fence, Russians are still holding the objective here. Pressure's on for me to take this built-up area still. Seems to be more confusion in the ranks of the Russians. They don't know whether to advance or fall back. And finally, over here, the Saxons are holding their own against the Russian guards, supported by the cavalry reserve corps of the French. We've thrown in 2 dragoon brigades and 2 cuirassier brigades. Yeah, which are down here, coming up on the guard's flank. And I don't know, both sides have taken a beating here. We got the Tolly with this unit of guards. It's pretty much a standoff. Both sides have taken quite a bit of losses. I think, again, the edge might go to the French because they have the cavalry reserve committed over here. Outside of that, this little sector is going to become critical in the later stages of the game because both sides have reinforcements coming from our previous campaign map maneuverings. In my case, I have a corps under DeVoe, basically leading his infantry corps from this direction.
The Russians have a free brigade of cavalry with 1 Cossack guards and 3 line infantry and grenadiers coming.
Oh, wow. That's going to be interesting, too.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be great to see what happens here, whose troops get on first, because it could be a disaster over here. Now, one other thing. This is an objective. This will win the battle. The Russians hold it. They have the victory point advantage in this battle. However, French do control this bridge, which is an objective in the battle. And this hilltop is held by the Russians as well, though it's about to be contested very hotly at the moment. As you can see, red marker, objective. If the French manage to retain control of the bridge, capture this hill, and take this objective, they will win decisively. If they manage to take this objective, the village, but not the other objectives, they will have the advantage and win the game that way, because they have the advantage. Whoever controls this has the victory point advantage. This is the most important objective in the battle. Basically, who has that has got it. But in order for any of the objectives to come into play, the battle has to last 30 turns, which is a full day of battle. And one side might break. I don't know. It's going to be tough for the French because Russians are led by Kutuzov, which means they're going to stick around a little bit longer. Breakpoint for the Russians is 10. Breakpoint for the French is 8.
And hopefully there's some sort of miracle that turns the tide. And
there's no units that have broken yet on either side, I don't think. I withdrew my 1 unit of Saxons voluntarily, so that don't count.
Yeah, they're pretty safe. It's more for the Russians that have 2 units of cavalry that are crippled and right now more vulnerable, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I've learned from this game, just to take note, Vince, that the way this game works, early in the battle, all the way up to the midpoint of the battle, really, units just get beaten and attrition starts having an effect. But what happens, I find, that after the midpoint, that's when armies begin to collapse. And the game could suddenly be over in just a matter of a turn or two, just from that, because there's so many units that have taken attrition losses that they could break it in any turn. And it has that effect in the battle that it could happen all at once. So you got to keep an eye on that. You got losses here, nothing major, but 2 units on the verge of being destroyed. Over here, this could be a major telling point in the battle because both sides have taken a lot of attrition. And if this continues, there's going to be a lot of loss all of a sudden in the same turn on this flank.
Yeah, and if my which is my left flank, if it breaks and my reinforcements don't come in, I'm in trouble because you're gonna be able to push, through that village, and I'll be under too much pressure, I guess.
Yeah. All right, we'll do that again tomorrow. What'd you think, Jer?
Really enjoyed it. Love the setup as well. Being able to see either side, so there's no sort of hidden spots. It's accessible from all sides. So being able to flick back and forth between the cameras and see just how things are developing is great. And you can really see the card activation come into its own, where you're pushing to get something done, and then you just flip that joker, and it's all your plans come to naught that turn. It's just sit back and wait to see.
Yeah, hopefully we won't, because so far the jokers have been far into the deck, but hopefully when it will really matter and we'll need to activate multiple cores, it won't blow up in our faces and hit the third card.
Oh no, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the massive joker explosions. I was going to say something else, but I won't. I'm really looking forward to seeing the reserves come on, because you're coming on from a very similar direction, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm waiting to see like the Russians come in first, and if they don't break through that French line, then the French reserves are going to be breathing down your neck. You can end up as the steel Russian meat in a French sandwich, and that wouldn't be pleasant, would it?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost as if I want his reserve to come in first so I can my reserve then beat him up,
So in this instance, the fact that you've got that slight edge on your reserve rules may not actually help you out a huge amount.
Yeah.
Where you'd be coming on backwards. So you can see the Russian or the French dust being kicked up in the distance. But yeah, really looking forward to the rest of it tomorrow. Or today for us.
I'm glad you liked it, guys. It's really fun to play. I love it. It's good stuff.
Yeah,
it's
a good game. The campaign system is excellent, and then again, you're an excellent host.
Well, thank you, Vince. Thank you very much. I hope that people watch this and can get a glimpse as how the rules work. Maybe pick up a few things about the game Blucher and consider it as a purchase. I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, no, hopefully, because I was new to the game and you showed a lot of the rules. It might get the basics, and for other people that want to play, be able to understand the basics of the rules.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you very much, my friend.
Well, thanks to you.
We're going to pick this up tomorrow. Let me put my mug on here. I've got cameras everywhere. I've got lights shining everywhere. I'm glad you enjoyed. We'll pick this up tomorrow, and I'll stop the live broadcast. And you guys check us out tomorrow. Probably it'll be live around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You can watch the conclusion to this battle. What's going to happen? It's pretty awesome. Pretty excited.
Don't miss out. It's going to be brutal.
We'll see you later, folks.
Do svidaniya.
Take it easy.